Hey everyone, Decav13 here, and welcome back to some more Let's Play Fate Stay Night. Alright, now this should be, I believe, the final day of our first path. We don't have much more to do. We just have to beat, what, Lancer and Gilgamesh. That's it. Of course, you know, easier said than done, but we're gonna have to get through this, so let's jump on in and see what awaits us at the end. The dream continues. No number by this one. I assume that's significant. When I awake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still last night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought. The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. A glance at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. I'm way past the point of oversleeping. There's no answer. Saber is still next to me, slightly curled and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up later in the I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. I leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger is at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun's still out. So we need to come up with a plan. I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Given his personality and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find an exploited chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm, Ia, and we're finished. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. If Saber, Tosaka, and I can't think of a plan, then... He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Kotomine said he would find some way to deal with this servant who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kotomine might have already thought of something. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-gray clouds. The church sits alone at the top of the hill. There's nobody there and not a sound to be heard, not even birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out. The place looks more ominous than holy. Looks like an execution site. I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell. Besides, the church is a place where people die. Hospitals work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. Churches are like that too. In that sense, death hangs heavy over this place. The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb the church's stairs. I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here. He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk towards the altar. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The building is probably designed to make sounds echo, but the sound of my lonely footsteps is haunting in this huge empty space. I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I want an answer, I should be shouting. He's probably in the back, so he won't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Or because I feel like if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand, and then maybe get beheaded for defiling God or something. I exit the chapel and head to the courtyard. I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Kotomine's room. My memory's kind of hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. Uh-oh. There's something. I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe. My throat is parched. I don't know why, but beads of sweat begin forming on my forehead, though the corridor itself is chilly. I use all of my senses to try to get a feel for my surroundings. I do so, but I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? Two words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kotomine's not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back, go back, go back. Go back. For your own sake, go back. There's nothing bad happening here. This place is... There's nothing happening in this church, so go home. I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is always right about these kinds of things. For an untrained mage, I have a pretty good danger sense, which is why my feet don't stop. I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotomine's room. And then I run into a deep darkness. I spot a set of stairs. In the deep shadows, I see a recess that I normally overlook. In it, I see a very, very narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down. I can bet Kotomine won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing there. There won't be any There won't be any... There won't be any... I shouldn't go in there. My neck stiffens. I should go down to the basement. I step into the darkness. It's a room made of stone. The lights are out, but the room itself feels like it's alive, and a faint blue light suffuses the whole place. No dust or cobwebs anywhere. Looks like this place sees a lot of use. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up at the stairs I just came down. The staircase hugs a curved wall. After descending the curved stairs, I look up to see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light. But the gently curving staircase puts me in mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. And then I notice a door. It's right at the bottom of the stairs. There's a symbol on the wall. Beyond it, a deep darkness beckons me. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. I step through what seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. The floor is all slimy and it's hard to walk. It reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor, and it feels like my feet are sinking to the ankles into some kind of rot covering the floor. I stop suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there's a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor. It's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish, or gunpowder. It smells like formaldehyde. The chemical reek of it has stagnated in the room like thick mud. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into the basement. I'm long past tension and nervousness. And yet, my heart expands and contracts without a break, and my limbs are moving so weirdly it feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body. And what's worse, my eyes have grown accustomed to the darkness. That darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. It's almost like that serves as the starting bell. What I couldn't see before is suddenly clear. What I see is an all too familiar living hell. Death lined up all in a row. Debris is piled everywhere. The stench of death covered by antiseptics. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real, but I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant, even in a room so full of corpses, not one of the bodies here is truly dead. They're all alive. These corpses, they can only be called corpses, however human they once were, are all alive. Why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I look over each and every body. Not one of them has retained their original form. Imagining what happened to every one of these sacrilegious forms is just too terrifying. They're more like the husks of dead trees than corpses. Some have been broken down to the point where their flesh has seeped into the cracks of the stone pavement. Some are hung against the wall and are little more than nests for bugs. Whatever their arrangement, these figures have only torsos and heads, and even those are pitifully ragged. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. Each corpse is welded into a coffin, and the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. The flow of life. The coffin is extracting magical energy. Souls. Little by little, the coffin sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills nor allows it to truly live. The wind moans through the chamber. It's almost like a single scream in the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't scream for themselves anymore. By now, their throats only barely serve to carry air to their lungs. But still, the corpses scream. All but inaudible, they scream. They must be in terrible pain, and so very afraid. They continue to shriek, unable to accept that their bodies are being eaten alive as they gradually lose their shape. I hear a creaking sound. The coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing. The corpse's head is turned towards me. Something falls out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly. In a voice that isn't a voice, it asks, "Where am I?" That's what it wants to know. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Where am I? It didn't say it was in pain. It didn't ask for help. It just wanted to know what this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand. Did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? Before this, they must have lived a normal life, slept normally. But one day they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible. But why? Why do they seem so strangely familiar? I had a feeling when he said child. These are all the kids that survived that nightmare 10 years ago. Oh my fucking god. I've never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is my first time here. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me, so why? Why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them. And why are they staring at me? I have another question. Each of them shares something in common, unless that's just a coincidence. Why do all these corpses look like children of the same age? And then...
いや、よく来てくれたエミヤシロ。
Kotomine. It comes out of nowhere. A hand clasps my shoulder from behind. The voice is friendly, like greeting a close friend. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. Only, I don't have to turn around to see who's behind me. Kirei Kotomine. This church's priest. The man responsible for this little piece of hell. And the devil. The last person I should have run into right now.
全く間が悪い。そろそろお前が来る頃だと思ってな。食事の準備をしに行ったのがまずかった。そうだ。前回はろくなもてなしができなかっただろう。私なりに気を使ったのだが、入れ違いになってしまったか。
I can't say anything. The priest's hands rest heavily on my shoulders.
だが、不法侵入は感心しないな。そのようなことをすると、見なければいいものを見てしまう羽目になる。例えば、そう、お互いの関係を白紙に戻さざるを得ない真実を知ってしまうとか。
The priest sounds more cheerful than I've ever heard. As Kotomine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's indescribably terrifying.
どうしたエミヤシロ。話をしに来たのだろう。黙っていては意味がないぞ。拍子抜けだな。それほどこの光景は機械かね。
He sounds so cheerful even when he's saying such horrible things. Does this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? Do I even need to comment on how horrible this is?
なんだ、それは冷たいな。お前にとっては不快でも、そんなことはないと言ってやるのが情けだろう。そもそも、彼らとお前は兄弟のようなものだ。お前がそのような態度では、彼らも救われないと思うのだが。
What did he just say? And so happily.
お前、今、なんて。
この死体たちとお前は仲間だったと言ったのだ。形はどうあれ、お前たちはあの地獄から生還した者たちだ。血肉のつながりはなくとも、その絆は兄弟のそれに近いと思うのだが、どうかな。
So that's why I thought I recognized them. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I'm back in that hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents. They were sent to an orphanage until they were adopted. But before that happened to me, Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterward. I'd actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I'd wanted to. But I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who still hadn't been. That's why I decided that if I were to meet them, it would have had to be in town. We would just bump into each other, chat idly to catch up, and most importantly, have gotten over the fire and hell. As small as our town is, I always dreamed of a reunion like that. But it never happened.
そうだ、エミヤシロ。エミヤキリツユに引き取られていなければ、お前も彼らの一員となっていた。わかるか？お前はまたも一人だけで助かったのだ。周りの誰もが平等に死んでいくというのに、お前だけが輪を乱して生き延びた。どうかね。自分自身大した不平等だとは思わないか。
My heart starts beating again. I'd been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move.
いや、私は責めているわけではないぞ。むしろお前のそれは喜ばしい。エミやシローの生き延びる才能は大したものだ。 だからこそ最後はこうして兄弟たちに再会させてやったのだ。お前は本当に運がいい。ここは今日限りで締める予定だったのだが、今まで10年間サーバントの餌にするために彼らを生かし続けたが、それも終わりだ。やり始めた時ほどの濃い魂の摘出は望めぬし、もはや餌の必要もない。あとはお前とお前のサーバントを仕留めるだけになったのだからな。てめえ
Those words shatter the restraints that have been holding me still. I move my paralyzed body. Pushing clear of the hands on my shoulders, I leap forward and whirl around to face the priest. As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. That's weird. I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. Let me guess. Yeah, it's Lancer. Looks like the head of a spear. That can't be. How could a spear be growing out of my chest?
ああ、そういえば言っていなかったな。改めて紹介しよう。彼が私のサーバントだ。
Yep. Lancer's master. I turn around. There. I see a blue-colored spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. He jerks it free. At the same time, a searing, intense pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters the floor. I collapse onto the slimy, mossy ground. I try to push myself to my feet, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for entirely different reasons now. The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming vision. I can't pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad. They all numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. The instant I pass out from pain, more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only things I feel are vomit-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape this agony.
殺してはいないだろうな、ランサー。それでは今まで残していた甲斐がない。
I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything.
命令は守るさ。たとえそれがいけすかねえものでもな。
Lancer's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him.
よろしい。では支度をするぞ、ランサー。マスターの窮地はサーバントに伝わる。セーバーが到着するまでおよそ半時というところか。
ことみね、このガキそこまでは持たねえよ。死なせたくねえんなら血止めぐらいはしとけ。
不要だ。死ぬのならそれで構わん。
My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much and my mind lets me faint. I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. I'm on the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged into a world of searing pain. I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know, but if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. I grit my teeth, trying to endure the pain, and trying to cling to my own fading awareness. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of the war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she is the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. When she awakes, there's no sign of Shirou. She makes her way to the living room, thinking he might be preparing a late lunch, but she finds no signs of either Shirou or lunch.
また一人で出歩いて。出かけるのなら声をかけてと言ったのに、どうしてシロは人の話を聞かないのか。
Saber sits on the veranda muttering to herself.
まったく。一人で出歩くのが好きなのはわかりますが、これでは協力している意味がないではありませんか。
Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Eventually, she grows tired of this and she looks up pensively. The sky is an ashen gray. A heavy canopy of clouds slowly drifts overhead. She can see breaks in the cloud cover in the distance. It should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she'll be able to read her fortune for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her long, long ago. In life, she only looked there to see whether she was taking the right path. But tonight, just this once, she tries to predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any dangers that might lie ahead, and learn what she needs to guide him in the proper direction. He's so reckless. How can she not worry about him? She won't sleep peacefully unless she can at least read the stars.
さて、問題はこの町から観測できる星の位置ですが。
As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes in the stars. She knows this isn't like her. Even so, she still considers trying to read the stars and anxiously waits for night to come. This represents quite a change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before, as she looks up at the sky.
ああ、セイバー。シロがどこに行ったか知らない？リン。
Saber bolts upright.
なんでしょう。私は別にシロの軍門に下ったわけではありませんが。
That's quite the thing to blurt out, Saber. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing deeply.
あれ？もしかしてお邪魔だった？
Rin smiles wickedly. Perhaps it's because they have been living under the same roof, but Rin can read Saber like a book. Shirou too, for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so she has a pretty clear idea of what happened the night before.
まあ、からかうのは後にしておいて、冗談抜きでシロを知らない？イリアの熱が上がってるみたいだから、ちょっと手伝ってもらおうと思ったんだけど。イリアスピールが？彼女の容体は落ち着いたのではないのですか？それがどうにもね。シロには黙ってたけど、あの子そろそろ限界よ。聖杯戦争っていう儀式が終わらない限り元には戻らない。
Yeah.
今はまだかろうじて容量が空いているから余分な機能が働いている。けど満ちてしまえば一番不要な人間としての機能を捨てるしかない。
Yeah, 'cause
イリ
she's
ア
the
スフィール
vessel.
はね、聖杯戦争が進めば進むほど壊れていくように作られているのよ。
Rin's words are ominous and even a bit obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about.
あ、いいのよ。今のはわからないように言ったんだから。イリアのことは置いておきましょう。それよりランサーのことだけどね。ランサーのマスターが判明したのですか？
Oh, Rin found out.
まあ、分かったっていうか、前から分かってたっていうか。実はね、ランサーのマスターは魔術協会から派遣された外来のマスターなのよ。それ自体はとっくに分かってて、ついさっきそいつのねぐらを見つけてきたんだけど。リン、
そのような危険なことは避けるべきです。敵の陣地が分かったのなら私に言ってくれればいい。
私だってそのつもりだったわよ。けどさ、外から様子を探ってたらどうもおかしいのよ。
Oh.
で、留守っぽいなって中に入ってみたら、
Kotomine killed Lancer's master,
あったの
killed
は血の
his
跡
master, and then took his
レイ
command
ジが亡
spells.
くなった左腕だった。
Okay then.
それ以外は何もなかった。体ごとレイジを奪われ、しかもあの出血量じゃ生存は絶望的でしょうね。ランサーのマスターはとっくにやられてたのよ。
ではランサーはすでにいないのですか。10日前シロを襲った後に他のサーバントに倒されたと。
だったらいいんだけどね。結婚はもっと前のものだった。これどういうことかわかる？
サーバントを倒さず先にマスターを倒した。
Yep.
そうしてマスターから霊獣を奪いランサーと契約したマスターがいるということですか。ですが
残っているマスターは私とシローだけでしょ。けどランサーはまだ残っている。ってことはマスターじゃない魔術師がレイジを奪ってマスターになってるってことだけど、セイバー、そういうのってできるものなの？
いいえ、霊獣の移植はマスターかサーバント、そのどちらかによるものだけです。いかに優れた魔術師といえど霊獣を奪ったところでマスターにはなれません。
そう。じゃあもう一つ、マスターっていうのはさ、聖杯が消えてなくなっても霊獣が残っていて、かつサーバントさえ残っていればいつまでもマスターなの。
Kotomine said he was in the last one.
そうですね、リンの言う通りです。霊獣とサーバントさえ残っていれば、
Oh
聖
no.
杯戦争が終わったとしてもその魔術師はマスターとしての権利。
Saber falls silent as she realizes what Rin is really asking.
ではリンはランサーのマスターを殺しランサーと再契約したのはその…
ええ、それ以外ないと思う。そう思うとランサーの行動にも納得がいくのよ。あいつさ、他のサーバントの様子を探るのが役割みたいだったじゃない。戦えば自分の正体を明かしてしまうっていうのに、あいつは自分の正体を隠すでもなく他のサーバントにちょっかい出してた。それってつまりあいつは諜報専門だったってことでしょ。
同感です。私と戦った時も彼は最後まで戦わなかった。宝具を使った以上見せた相手は倒すのが私たちの定石だというのに。
そう。だからランサーのマスターにはもう一人サーバントがいたのよ。ランサーに敵の正体を探らせておいて、その後に正体不明の戦闘性用のサーバントをぶつける。これって必勝法
And
で
I
しょ。
guess that would be Gilgamesh, the other servant.
まあランサーにしてみればいい迷惑だったろうけど、6人のサーバント全員と戦ってその手口を調べ上げた上で主の元に帰るんだもの。6人全てと引き分けなんてある意味とんでもないやつよね、あいつ。
Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought. As if following Rin, Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer's solely for espionage. And just as that master seems to have expected, the only servants remaining are Lancer and Saber. If they face such a powerful enemy, then letting Shirou out on his own is dangerous, even during the day. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies left to defeat. If Shirou is the only one left to defeat, the enemy might not follow their earlier strategy.
リン、シローはどこに行ったのか知りませんか？
Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Shirou cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger.
どうだろう。知らないから聞いたんだけど、もしかしたら綺麗なとこかな。
あの教会に？
何をセイバー、怖い顔して。琴峰教会に含むところでもあるの？
いえ、 そういうわけではないのですが。
That church is nothing but holy. Stagnant death and stagnant air linger in that place, on par with Ryudo Temple. The moment she thinks Shirou might be in a place like that alone, an image of somewhere other than the Emiya house flashes through her mind. She stares into the distance, towards Kotomine's church on the top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out into the yard and jumps onto the wall.
ちょっとセイバー、いきなり何よ。
教会に向かいます。後のことは任せました、リン。
Without looking back at Rin, Saber jumps off the wall. She moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would look like nothing more than a gust of wind. A streak of silver and blue. The instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy's territory, Saber armors herself. And arms herself without a second thought. She decided to put on her armor once inside the church, but she couldn't help herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her, and she is armed and armored without even truly thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she's been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why this is happening, she isn't sure. What she does know is that Shirou Emiya is on the verge of death. There's no time to waste. He's gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her whole body, and that is less than 1,000th of a pain Shirou feels. He's not going to make it. Even if she moves with godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may arrive just in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines that scene, she feels all sense and reason flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, then she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to control her anger as she glares at the church. The tightly shut church doors offer no obstacle to her, simply blown wide open with the force of her approach. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through the chapel, passes through the courtyard, and rushes down the stairs leading to the basement. Behind her, the church is left in ruins. Saber is not usually so violent. For all she knows, she opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control is she that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. When she finally sees what horrors the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself, and at the enemy responsible for this. She doesn't even hear Lancer's voice as he bars her path. All hope of control or restraint is gone. However much she might try, she can no longer control her strength. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness, in the back room. He is lying there, face down at the center of a room peopled by living corpses. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing echo all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she left him alone.
Shirou.
Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fearlessly. She doesn't hear him, so she doesn't stop. His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer manages to block Saber's surprise attack with his spear, but he can do nothing about the sheer strength behind it, and retreats back to the nearby wall. There's nothing in Saber's way now. She doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master is on the verge of death, and she has to save him. Saber stops as she heads to the back.
それはどういう意味ですか、ラウサー。
いや、何な。そいつの胸を串刺しにしたのは俺なんだが、実はこれは2度目でね。 以前は確かに殺したってのに生きてやがったもんだからな。今回は念を入れて。
貴様、シローにゲイボルクを使ったのか。
安心しろ、心臓は外してやった。だが呪いはそのままだぞ。セイバー、貴様とてこの槍の呪いは知っていよう。因果を逆転させる原因の槍。こいつの呪いを受けた者はよっぽどの幸運がない限り運命を変えられない。まあ単純に言ってしまえば、ゲイボルクによってつけられた傷は癒されることはない。呪いを受けた者は決して回復できず、死に至るまで傷を背負うことになる。この世にこの槍がある限りな。
At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes.
ようやく理解できたか。そこの坊主を助けたいんだろう。ならまず俺との決着をつけなくちゃな。
Lancer's bestial bloodlust drives him forward into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious. But...
正気ですか、ランサー。この狭い室内で僧兵であるあなたが剣士である私と戦うと、そのような愚行、あなたの考えとは思えない。今ならば見逃します。その槍を置いて去りなさい。このような不本意な戦いであなたの首を取る気はない。
それこそ愚行じゃねえのか。一体どこの英霊が自分の相棒を置いてくってんだよ。俺は何も取引をするためにそいつを刺したわけじゃない。俺はな、お前と殺し合いをするためにここにいる。
he's not lying. Lancer has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, one any servant should have always granted, has been denied to him. So he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance, even if the situation happens to be unfavorable.
いいでしょう。ならばその槍を見事叩き切って捨てるだけだ。
Saber readies her invisible air and faces the Blue Knight.
よく言った。白状するとな。貴様が最後に残ってくれて嬉しいぜ、セイバー。
Lancer's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins with a desperate blow from both sides. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever's so hot it'd burn anyone who touched me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing right out of my skull. Stop, stop, stop. It's like everything has melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help, help, help. My mind's burned out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there's nothing left in me. The twisted feeling of nausea only grows stronger from my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of it all, I still cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Go back, go back, go back. But the voices don't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned everything else out. I know who those voices belong to. I'm going mad. With each echo, a stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. I just have no answer. No way to respond. No way to make it right. They beg and plead and cry, but there's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if this doesn't stop. They repeat it again and again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. All I can do is punish the architect of this hell. And I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refused to believe it, but now I'm being confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracle to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words saying that a champion of justice can only go so far. But if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I?
Kita ka. Sora, 目を覚ませエミヤシロ。お前のサーバントがやってきたぞ。
I hear a voice. It's right behind me, but I can't make out what it's saying. My vision is blurry. I can't make out what's in front of me either. There are only the voices crying out for help. This is only a room choked with the bodies of those who have died.
よくやっているが、やはりセーバーにはかなわぬか。どちらにせよ、あと一人分のサーバントは必要なのだ。それがセーバーであろうとランサーであろうと構わないのだが、
I can't
そ
hear the
の前
word.
に選定をしなくてはなるまい。
I played that one really early. But his voice echoes in my head.
さて、出番だ。もう少し前に行こうか、エミヤシロ。
Something pulls my head upward. He grabs me by the back of my head and drags me forward. Oh, I can feel who it is now. This man has been consumed by the darkness. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him and has tethered itself to him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know. This man, Kirei Kotomine, he's like me. He's suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in the world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kirei Kotomine preserves his body with this darkness.
そこまでだ、セイバー。斧が主を救いたいのならば、その剣を収めるがいい。
What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head.
ランサーも引け。もともと私たちは聖杯を求める同士ではないか。そうむやみに殺し合いなどするものではないぞ。
He laughs
セイバーがこの
ominously.
男を引き取りに来ただけというのならば、喜んで引き渡そう。
それを信じろというのですか。ランサーのマスターを殺し、今また私のマスターをその手にかけようとする貴様の言葉を信じろと。
Who is that? I can't tell, but like the sound of a tuning bell, the voice helps me refocus my mind.
信じたまえ。私はお前たちと争う気はない。季節してこのような形になってしまったが、お前たちが聖杯を取ろうというのなら邪魔はしない。もとより私の役割は聖杯の持ち主を見極めることだ。ここまで残ったお前たちには十分すぎるほど資格がある。故に望むのならば、 今ここで聖杯を与えてやってもよいのだが。
ここに聖杯があるというのか、貴様は。
あるとも。聖杯はどこにでもある。聖杯とはもとより形のない器だ。いつどこで何に呼び出すかによって完成度が変わるのだが、無論サーバントが残り一人にならなければ聖杯は未完成だが、その出来でも大抵の願いは叶えられるだろう。それで満足がいかぬのならば、その時こそ最後の殺し合いを始めればよい。いや、私としては気乗りがしないが、お前たちが望むのならば付き合おう。決着をつけるのはその時でいいのではないかな、ランサ
ー。よくはね、そんな回りくどいことをする必要はない。白黒つけるなら今すぐできるだろう。
この状況でか。室内ではお前には不利だろうし、セイバーとて主が気になって戦えまい。これではお前にとって満足のいく戦いとは言えないが。
Someone spits. The other man must have given in.
いいさ。なら一つ聞かせろ。聖杯ってのは何だ？あれは残り一人にならなければ現れないものじゃなかったのか。俺たちを呼んだ連中は初めからペテンにかけてたってことか。
いや、事実ではある。聖杯はサーバントが残り一人にならなければ現れない。だが聖杯を下ろす器は別だ。あれは初めから形あるものとして用意され、聖杯召喚の時まで力を流し込まれていく。残るサーバントがあと2人だけという状況ならば、すでに聖杯としての力を持ち始めていよう。そうであろう、セイバー。お前とて前回最後まで残ったサーバントだ。アインツベルンの用意した聖杯がどんなものか、うすうす分かっているのではないか。
Ilya.
そう、聖杯は常にここにあり、生贄の地で満つる時を待つ。だがそれは虚しいとは思わないか。何も残り一人になるまで付き合うことはない。お前たちの望みを叶えるだけならば今の状態でも可能だろう。ならばここで意味のない摂取をすることもあるまい。
そうですね。確かに貴様の言い分は正しい。だがだとしたら貴様は何者だ。貴様の目的は聖杯を手に入れることではないのか。
私は選定役だと言っただろう。ふさわしい人間がいるのならば喜んで聖杯は譲る。そのためにまずはお前の言葉を聞きたいのだ、エミヤシロ。
I'm moving? Someone grabs my head and jerks me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain.
貴様、
案ずるな。ただ返事を聞くだけだ。聖杯は求めるものにのみ答える。己のマスターが聖杯にふさわしいかどうか。
それは無駄だ。シローは聖杯を欲しがらない。私のマスターはお前のようなゲスではない。
ああ、この男は初めからそう言っていたな。だがそれは本心ではあるまい。あらゆる人間に闇があるよう、この男にも影はある。例えばそう、10年前のあの日、この少年は本当に何も恨まなかったのか。その先にあったものを忘れることで振り払っているのではないか。
No, wait. What the hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing here.
その傷を切開する。さあ、懺悔の時だ。エミヤシロ。
My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Yeah. There's nothing here. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died. All of them. I was the only one left, lost amidst the flames. Ashen corpses beneath smoldering rubble, crying out from every direction. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I alone continued on. I needed help. I needed someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking down. Stop. The entire time, there were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone still moving. Stop. I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned my back on the sounds of all those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gazes of those too weak to ask for help. I kept pushing forward alone, desperate for someone to save me. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did. So I kept pushing on. Stop. That's why I never stopped. I thought I had to live, even if just for another second. If people died without being able to do anything, so long as I could make it, I thought I had to live. Stop. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I sought escape. And each step was harder than the last as I ignored every plea for help. It would have been easier. It would have been easier to go on if I asked for forgiveness, so I never did. Maybe it was the only way I could own up to the truth, that I was actually helpless to do anything. Stop. Just as I wished, I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. Please stop. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. So many died that they had to hold mass funerals. I bore witness to so much grief, to so many different sentiments for the dead. I thought, just end it already. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help and not one of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No. I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. No more. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's footsteps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away when I ignored those cries for help. I kept moving forward, void of all reason. No more. And so those I could not save passed on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all of that? All I thought about was going forward on behalf of the dead. I took all the memories I had before that, and locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors. Being with my parents. I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again. As if I were already dead. Don't open it up. I was no longer in pain. Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me and I was finally happy. And that's why...
それを間違いだと思ったことが一度もなかったというのかね。
I'm telling you, don't open it! Agony and pain. Pure agony rips through my chest and drags me back to reality. The nausea simply doesn't end. My arms and legs are numb, my head burns, and I can't breathe. Their voices continue echoing in my head. I vomit blood. Was that because I'm on the brink of death? Or because my psyche can't endure the voice any longer? My chest hurts. My heart hurts. It hurts so much. But I can't contain it. The wound deep inside me is the source of the pain. It will continue to hurt as long as I have those memories. It will swell up and never heal. I'm seeing things. For a moment, I think I see her. But no, she shouldn't be here. Bite down on the pain. Begging for death is no longer an option. Even if she's just some dying dream, I can't let her see me like this. She has to think I'm okay.
深い傷だ。これでは癒されぬままでは苦しかろう。エミヤシロ、お前はそのままで一生を終えるべきではない。
I can make out the priest's voice. It doesn't sound like him. It's too warm, too compassionate.
お前は聖杯などいらぬと言ったな。だがどうだ。仮に10年前の出来事をやり直せるとしたら、お前は聖杯を欲するのではないか。あの出来事で失われたもの、すべてを救うのだ。あの事故をなくし、エミやキリツグなどにかかわらず、本来の自分に戻れる。それこそがお前自身を救う唯一の方法ではないのかな。
Undo what happened 10 years ago. Remake the person I am now, who survived at the cost of everyone else that day? No, even beyond that. If I could make everything as it never happened, and no one would be hurt.
なんでそんな。
I shake my head. Fevered as I am and completely unable to think, I still reject the idea and the images it raises. I curse this very weakness. Because there... The voices echo in my head. My fingers desperately claw at the wet floor. Help me. Every single one of them cries out that they want to go back. And I wanted that too. Even if my life was nowhere near as horrific as theirs. After Kiritsugu adopted me, I still returned to that empty field many times. And I still returned, though there was nothing there. I opened a front door that no longer existed. I walked halls that had burned to ash years before, and I smiled at my departed mother. I wanted to go back to before it all disappeared, and wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. No such miracle happened. Instead, I was left with this painful reality. But if I could live in a world where that never happened, where nobody was hurt, surely I...
さあ、答えよ。お前が望むのならば、聖杯を与えよう。
The priest with the miraculous chalice makes his offer. These voices will go away, if I wish for it. Orphan children. If fate had taken even a slightly different turn, I would be here with them. I shouldn't even need to think about it. I shouldn't need to. So why?
いらない。 そんなことは望めない。
I face the corpses. As I refuse, I grit my teeth. My response is to deny them. Whatever the Holy Grail is, I'm not going to wish the dead return or change the past.
そうだ。やり直しなんかできない。死者は蘇らない。起きたことは戻せない。そんなおかしな望みなんて。
Tears sting my cheeks. I scream to the world that a miracle is impossible, and every time my own conclusion makes me cry. Why is the miracle of wanting ordinary happiness too much to ask for?
それを可能とするのが聖杯だ。万物すべて君の望むままとなる。
So he claims. But I can't agree. Even if I could change the past, I shouldn't. I can't. If I do, everything becomes a lie. Every tear, all that agony, the memory of what was, even that cold reality, wretched as it is in my heart. Everyone who died screaming in agony, everyone who risked their lives to help another, everyone who mourned the fallen. If I were to just make it as though none of that happened, where would all of that go? What would I be doing to them? The dead wouldn't return. Reality can't be overturned. To continue onward, bearing the weight of all that pain. Isn't that the very mark that proves something was once there? Everyone dies eventually, and sorrow fills the void they leave behind. But pain isn't the only thing left behind. It's the suffering that makes the goodness shine all the brighter. Those deaths, they shaped me. My memories of Kiritsugu protect me, and those memories form the path that eventually intertwines with others. Even though all of what that will eventually be forgotten.
その道が今までの自分が。
そうか。つまり
聖杯なんていらない。俺は置き去りにしてきたもののためにも自分を曲げることなんてできない。
I speak firmly, even from the depths of this torment. Willing myself to hold on to this conscious thought, I force myself to remain upright. And it's then that I realize I can't hear the voices. They're not echoing in my head anymore. I wonder what they thought of my answer. Though, whatever they may have thought, I think it's sad that they seem to accept it without any resentment. That is the answer her master arrived at. Her anger dissolves. All she can do is stare at her master, her words dying on her lips.
その道が今までの自分が間違ってなかったって信じている。
Despite his maimed body, as he struggles even to breathe, as he sheds the tears of one so horribly grieved,
置き去りにしてきたもののためにも自分を曲げることなんてできない。
apologizing to those he must climb over, but unwavering in his chosen path. Her vision wavers. Her breath quivers. She knows his history. Just as he saw visions of her past, so she saw his. She was certain he would agree. No, she thought he had to. She'd meant to say, "It's not your fault," but the words died on her lips. If only he could hear it. She wanted to tell him he should not have to carry that weight. But he denies even that. No matter how tragic the past, one cannot undo it. Her legs nearly give out beneath her. His words are a greater weight than even she can bear. To swear an oath and single-mindedly devote everything to carrying it out. She believed that they were similar. How conceited. That was her great mistake. They were nothing alike. His resolve was so strong. And she, who could not even believe his words, was weak.
自らの救いではなく、自らの願いを取ったか。
The priest releases the boy. He steps over the youth with a sneer, as if he's lost interest.
ではお前はどうだ、セイバー。小僧は聖杯などいらぬという。だがお前は違うのではないか。お前の目的は聖杯による世界の救済だ。よもや英霊であるお前まで小僧のようにエゴはかざすまい。
She feels her sense of reason is being imperiled. The priest says he will give her the Grail. He will give her what she desires. Her wish granted.
それは
She has no reason to refuse. That is the miracle she's been fighting for. It is the very reason she became a servant. What Shirou said has no bearing on her own concerns. To obtain the Holy Grail, she, Saber, the hero of the sword,
では交換条件だ。セイバー、斧が目的のため、その手で自らのマスターを殺せ。その暁には聖杯を与えよう。
I decided I would do anything for it. His words blindside her. She doesn't even know what to think. The priest's words, while easy to understand, are anathema to everything she believes in and stands for.
どうした？迷うことはあるまい。今の小僧ならば、死んだということにも気がつかないうちに殺せるぞ。第一、もはや助からない命だ。ここでお前が引導を渡してやるのも情けではないかな。
The priest steps aside. Before her stands a door leading to the crypt, and to her master. She steps into the damp room past the priest. She can't help herself. It's as if she stepped into the depths of hell. He was made to suffer in this place, to witness his own darkness. But he refused the salvation he was offered. She grips her sword. He lays at her feet, breathing raggedly. It would be the end of a long, long journey. The Holy Grail she desires in exchange for her life. All she must do is swing her sword but one final time. A master and servant are united only until they obtain the Grail. She could end it right here.
どうした？何をためら？聖杯と引き換えなのだぞ。交換条件としては破格だと思うのだが。
The priest's words ring true. For her to hesitate now would be the height of hypocrisy. Even still,
その道が今までの自分が間違ってなかったって信じている。
his words refuse to leave her mind.
私は
Though it disgusts her, she knows she's nothing like Shirou. She wants to append everything. That day so long ago, there must have been someone who would have drawn the sword from the stone and been a better king. There must have been someone who could have built a true utopia. The heart that loved her nation so dearly. And the young woman's doubt, before she took the sword. On that day, she tried to fully and forever abandon her heart the day she drew the sword. How did she not realize this before?
置き去りにしてきた者のためにも自分を曲げることは。
To her, that is the girl who loved her country. The girl named Artoria before she was crowned. That was not a kingly heart. A king could only believe in themselves. To deny that would be to deny everything she gave up. What is lost cannot be returned. Her master insisted on this, even as he suffered. His pained expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it she had said? She could not start over. It was her duty as the king, So she refused, over and over. What duty? To resurrect her lost nation? To select a more capable king? Or is it to wish for all the death and destruction to have never happened to begin with?
それは違う。
That was a mistake. She was raised to be king. That is how she lived. In that, there was no flaw. But if that led to ruination, why could she not accept it? She had no regrets. If she could take pride in the way she lived her life, wishing for another chance was a pointless waste.
そういうことなのですね、シロ。
And so his anguished cries finally reach her heart. All the tears, all the pain, even her broken heart. Salvation could come from destroying all of it. But if it was undone, what would happen to everything swept aside in the undoing? I have stolen much from many, even their very lives. All that pain and regret is mine to bear. It belongs to me. If I were to wish for a chance at something, it should be for a miracle in the here and now, not to append the past. Each of the countless paths not taken before cannot be taken by sacrificing this one. Instead, I should forge ahead and work to fulfill what hopes have yet to come true even to this day. If she is nationless and uncrowned now, perhaps her wish should be for herself. No, she could not make a wish like that either. She chose to take up the crown. She never suffered for that decision, not once. Even if no one ever understood or accepted her, that choice itself was her pride and joy. At the very least, she truly believed that when she drew the sword from the stone. That is her answer. Just as he found something to stand by, so too has she. She pledged once, so long ago, something she swore to herself. She would fight, even if she loses everything, even if everyone in the world hates her.
私が愚かだった。
An oath from a king, a promise to fight against all odds. And so the king protected her country. But the country did not protect the king. And so it was. The ending may have been tragic, but if she is no longer ashamed of the path that led there,
求める必要などなかった。
she fulfilled her duty as king. It led to ruin, but she saw through everything to the very end. There need be nothing else. Of course, I did not want everything. The only thing I ever wanted from the very start. I did until the very end, even if it meant losing so much along the way. I will keep this unobtainable dream deep within my heart, and it may now end.
聖杯は欲しい。けれど、シローは殺せない。
She turns her sword on her enemy.
なんだと。
わからぬかゲロー。そのようなものより、私はシローが欲しいと言ったのだ。
And that is why my role is set. I will be his sword. I will shield him from danger. All hesitation leaves her.
聖杯はいらぬというのか、セイバー。
聖杯が私を汚すものならばいらない。私が欲しかったものはもうすべて揃っていたのだから。
Yes, she has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a knight, her promise as a king, even the precious dream that the young girl once held. Those words I do hear. The girl who professed that her only goal was claiming the Holy Grail now says she has no need of such a thing. I call out to her as loudly as I can between ragged breaths. My vision still hasn't cleared, but I can still make out her presence. The pain is fading. My wound, which wouldn't close, begins to heal. Is it because she's close?
立てますか、シロ。動けるのなら私の手に触れてください。
I take her hand. Whoa. My vision returns. My head, so fuzzy from blood loss, rapidly regains focus.
セイバー、これは。
はい。いかにゲイボルクの呪いといえど、今のシロには通じません。私のそばにいてくれれば、じき感知するでしょう。それより、今は。
Saber turns her gaze back to the underground sanctuary. Beyond the door, the last master, Kirei Kotomine, stands at the threshold to the room. Beyond him is Lancer.
そうか。
He looks at us strangely, as if seeing us for the first time.
お前たちはつまらない。
The disappointment in his voice is palpable.
これではやはり聖杯は私が預かるしかない。だがそうなると少々手荒い話になる。私の望みを叶えるのであれば聖杯は完全でなければならない。エミヤシロ。
I try my best to brace myself, but my body still won't listen. Even with Saber's hand in mine, it's all I can do to just stand. I can't possibly fight, so I'll only be a burden to Saber.
その心配は無用です、シロ。あなたはここにいてください。あのマスターとランサーは私一人で十分です。
ほう、それは大きく出たな。これは逃げた方が賢明かな、ランサー。
Lancer is silent. Of course, Kotomine doesn't actually sound at all worried. He's just making a show of it.
コトミネと言いましたね。倒す前に聞いておきましょう。あなたの目的は何なのです。聖杯の選定役である身で何を望むというのですか。
さて、言ってしまえば娯楽のためだが、それほど急を要しているわけではなくてね。実を言うとな、セイバー。私も聖杯にはそう関心はないのだ。ただあれは私の趣味に合っている。
Yeah, the way he says entertainment, it doesn't make me think it's for the sake of the world. I think it's just for the sake of you, buddy. He's definitely the type to watch the world burn and call it a fun time.
ザレ言をマスターを殺し自らマスターになった男が何を。貴様は初めから聖杯を手にするつもりだったはずだ。
何、ただの拾い物だよ。
By
ランサーのマ
happenstance.
スターを始末したのは外からの魔術師は何かと厄介だったからだ。聖杯がああいうものなのだと外部には知られたくないのでね。早めに退場してもらったのだが、せっかくのサーバントを消してしまうのもうまくない。円滑に殺し合いを進めさせる手駒が入りようだったこともあり、少しばかりランサーのマスター権を拝借しただけだが。
The hell? Kotomine became a master by killing Lancers?
そうか。貴様が何者であるかはもう聞かない。だが選定役として責務を果たしてもらうぞ。今回の器、魂の杯はどこにある。
何？まさか知らずにかくまっていたというのか。
He actually gasps. The brief moment of surprise passes quickly. With a smirk, he snaps his fingers to introduce the final piece of the puzzle. Both Saber and Lancer tense. Heavy footsteps echo from above.
さて、お前たちには不要だろうが、紹介ぐらいはしておこう。彼はアーチャーのサーバット。
Yeah.
前回の聖杯戦争で、私のパートナーだった英霊だよ。
The golden figure makes his appearance. Gilgamesh, king of heroes. The atmosphere shifts. After making his sudden appearance, Gilgamesh crosses the sanctuary grounds to stand beside Kotomine.
んで、これからどうするのだ、Kotomine。このような場所で、しかも邪魔者を交えて決着をつけるのか。お前にしてはあまりいい演出とは言えないな。
それを言うな。私とて予想外なのだ。文句は後で聞いてやるから許せ。
なんだ、承知しているのならばいい。だが、そのヤヒな男はどうにかならんのか。あまり睨まれると殺してしまいそうになるぞ。
どういうことだ、Kotomine。その男がお前のサーバントだと。
なあ、お前には説明していなかったな。彼は前回の私のサーバントだ。聖杯戦争が終結した後、意見を同じくしてな。彼は私に従い、私も彼がとどまるにふさわしい食事を用意することで、こうして協力関係になったというわけ。
I had a feeling. But yeah, it was all to sustain Gilgamesh.
それがあのいけすかねえ部屋ってわけか。そりゃいいが、なぜ俺に黙っていた？
言う必要があるとでも、それとも何か彼と共同戦線を張りたかったのか、お前は。
冗談。そんな野郎と手を組むなんざ死んでもお断りだ。
And now there are 3 of them. Lancer by the stairs, Gilgamesh in the center of the sanctuary. We can't beat them all. Gilgamesh is too much for us on his own, but we can't escape with Lancer around either.
Kotomine, お前、奴のことは知らないって。
人聞きが悪いな。私はこれでも神父だぞ。虚言など口に。
Bro, like every word out of your mouth is a fucking lie.
そんなことあるか。お前は確かに前回から残ったサーバントは放っておけないって。
なあ、私とて驚いたのだ。アーチャーには待機を命じていたというのに、指示を破ってお前たちを襲ったのだからな。アーチャーを調べれば、いずれ私に突き当たるのは道理だ。故に、今後の対策を練らねばならなかった。どうだ、何一つとしてお前を測ってはいまい。
God damn it! I blundered right into the enemy's stronghold because I trusted his word.
貴様がアーチャーのマスターだというのか。
そうだ。10年前の再現になったな、セイバー。もっとも、あの時私はすでにキリツグに倒され、最後の場面には立ち会えなかった。お前と顔を合わせるのはこれが2度目で、そして最後になる。
答えろ。アーチャーはなぜ残っている？あの火事はなぜ起きた？キリツグに倒されたというお前はなぜ今も生きている？
Saber's voice drips with venom. These questions must have been weighing on her for a while now. She must also want clarity about what she left behind 10 years ago and the disaster that followed.
そのようなこと言うまでもなかろう。10年前、不完全ながらも聖杯は満ち、手に取ることが可能だった。私はそれに触れただけだ。キリツグとお前は強力だったのでな。分断させるための目くらましが欲しいと願ったのだが、あのような目くらましが起きるとは私も驚いた。
Wait. That means...
では、あの火災は 貴様が聖杯の力で起こしたものだというのか。
So it would seem.
さあな、思うのだが、私でなくても聖杯は同じことをしただろう。あれはそういうものだ。万能の杯というが、その中に満ちたものは血と闇と呪いでしかない。お前も見たのだろう。聖杯を破壊した折、そこから溢れ出した闇を。アーチャーはそれを浴びてしまっただけだ。お前が聖杯さえ壊さなければ、アーチャーとてこのように迷いはしなかっただろうよ。
よまいごとを。聖杯は持ち主の願いを叶える魔法の鎌だ。ならばあの火災はお前の願望ではなかったのか。
結果だけはな。だがその過程は私が想像していたものとは違う。私はただあの土地から人がいなくなればいいと思っただけだ。そもそもお前たちは想像力が貧困だぞ。願いが叶う。それはいいが、では願いとはどうやって叶えるのだ。まさか願った瞬間に世界が変わるとでも思っていたのではあるまいな。元の聖杯はどうあれ、今の聖杯は力の渦に過ぎん。精密な計算、相互作用による矛盾の修正など論外だ。あれは巨大な兵器と同じだ。持ち主が富を願えば周囲の人間をことごとく殺害し、主人に幸福を与える。わかるか。あの底なしの魔力の構わな、持ち主の願いを破壊という手段でしか叶えられる欠陥品な。
それでは話が違う。万能の力、持ち主の望み通りに世界を変革するのが聖杯ではなかったのか。
違うものか。聖杯の手段は実に理にかなっている。人を生かすということは人を殺すということだろう。この世は全て等価交換によって成り立っている。その中で突出した出来事を望むのならば、何かを食いつぶして飛び上がるしかあるまい。調和など気にしていては願いなど叶わぬ。つまりは弱者からの略奪による変動だ。それこそが最も効率の良い変革だろう。
I can only imagine what Saber must feel. If what Kotomine says is true, this is not the Grail she wanted. It is merely power to fuel the possessor's wish. It grants its owner's wish at the cost of everything else. So that is the true face of this supposedly omnipotent power.
ならば聖杯というのは、
持ち主以外のものを排除する、この上ない毒の壺だ。お前も見ればわかる。あれはな、際限のない呪いの塊だ。そしてそれは私にとっても喜ばしい。聖杯に触れるのは聖職者の夢だがね。人を殺すためだけの聖杯が存在し、ましてそれを扱えるなど、まさに天上の夢でも見ているかのようだ。
The priest laughs. This time it's not for show. He laughs in pure delight. It makes me realize this is a man entirely without humanity. More than anyone else, he absolutely cannot get the Grail.
ではお別れだ。ゴミを始末しろ。ランサーは小僧、アーチャーはセイバーだ。
The priest turns on his heel and ascends the stairs. All that remains are me, who can barely move from my injuries, Kotomine's 2 servants, and Saber standing ready to guard me, glaring at our enemies. A tense moment passes. We need to beat Gilgamesh and Lancer if we're going to have any hope of getting back to the surface. But I don't care about defeating them. If we could regroup somehow, maybe, but...
シロ、
Saber's voice is quiet, but her eyes never leave the enemy.
無理を承知でいます。決して私のそばから離れないでください。
She grips my hand firmly in her own. I can tell she's ready to go at any moment.
分かった。意地でもついていくから、俺のことは気にかけるなよ。
I nod back. I can barely walk. We both understand just how bad this is. But Saber's telling me she'll do everything she can to get me through this. What can I do but agree?
はい。信頼しています。
Her voice is quiet but firm.
いざ!
At that moment, she lets go of my hand to charge ahead. Both shadows react to her in an instant. Saber and I are struck dumb. What just happened? Lancer jerks his spear off course away from me, and straight for Gilgamesh, who bats the attack aside with a longsword as if he'd expected it.
悪いな、手元が狂った。
Lancer.
そうか。随分と軽い槍なのだな、貴様のそれは。
Both men withdraw, unhurried and unconcerned.
言っておくが、貴様の標的はあの雑種だ。セイバーは俺に任されたものだと覚えているか？
ああ、それね。悪いが気が変わった。霊樹で命令されたわけじゃねえしな。俺は降ろさせてもらうぜ。
Man, I fucking love Lancer. He's the best. Fucking love Ku. As he says this, Lancer turns to face Gilgamesh, almost as if protecting us.
ランサー、あなたは？
くだらねえことなら口にするなよ。別に貴様に肩入れしているわけじゃねえ。俺は、俺の心情に肩入れしてるだけなんだからよ。
What a guy. Lancer levels his spear at Gilgamesh. His intent is clear. He actually does mean to let us go.
な、いい加減我慢の限界でもあったしな。ここまで舐められて、おいそれと命令を聞くほどよくできた人間じゃねえってことだ。いや、
ほう。では契約を切るということか。聖杯は目の前だというのに、貴様はこのまま消えても構わないのか。
てめえと一緒にするな。元よりな、俺は二度目の聖なんぞに興味はない。いや、英雄なんて連中はな、どいつもこいつもそんなものに興味はねえんだ。俺たちはこの世に固執してるんじゃない。果たせなかった未練に固執するのみだ。まあ、てめえみてえに欲の皮が突っ張った怨霊にはわからないだろうがな。
Get his ass, Ku.
なるほど。死に際が鮮やかだった男は言うことが違う。この裏切りも英雄の誇りとやらに沿ったものか。まったく己が信念を貫くのは厳しいな、ランサー。
The air behind Gilgamesh warps. Weapons appear out of nowhere in the space behind him.
ランサー、あれはあらゆる宝具の原型を持つもの。我らの中で最も古い歴史を持つ英雄王です。いくらあなたでも1対1では。
そうかよ。なるほど。道理で偉そうなわけだ。やりたい放題やって国を滅ぼしたって野郎だからな。そりゃ少年が腐ってる。
ランサー、強がりを言っている場合では。
いいからさっさと失せろ。助言なんざしやがって何様のつもりだ。かばった程度で仲間意識持ちやがって。たく、これだから育ちのいい騎士様ってのは気に食わね
え。In his own way, Lancer's urging Saber to run. Saber hangs her head for a moment.
ご分もこの恩は必ず。
Taking my hand, she makes for the stairs.
しまった。逃がしてしまったか。
Gilgamesh just watches us, making no move to follow.
え。なんだ、 セーバーはてめえの獲物じゃなかったのかよ。
いいや、実はな、俺もこのような決着は好みではなかったのだ。貴様がやらなければ俺が同じことを
I
し
mean,
ていた。
yeah, he doesn't want to kill Saber. We make it up the stairs. Saber must still be worried about how I'm doing, as we don't move very fast. The Pain, on the other hand, doesn't much care how slowly we're moving, as it doesn't dull in the slightest. The rising tension and sense of impending violence grows.
どういうことだそりゃ。てめえもセーバーを逃がすつもりだったのか。
当然だろう。俺にセイバーを殺す気はない。あれは俺のものだ。だが聖杯を呼ぶためにはそういうわけにもいかん。儀式の完成にはあと一人、サーバントに死んでもらわなければならぬからな。
A multitude of swords appear in the darkened basement. The Golden Knight smirks. This was why he was ready for Lancer's surprise attack. Lancer wasn't the only one planning to turn on his would-be ally.
初めからそのつもりかよ。てめえ。
言ったであろう。貴様がしなければ俺がそうするつもりだったと。褒めてやるぞ、空風林。これは俺にとって理想の展開だ。
The two come together. We make it out just before I see the initial volley. I stop. I make it out of the church, but my body tells me it's reached its limit.
シロ、ここで休みましょう。これ以上はあなたの体が持たない。
そうだな。悔しいけど、これじゃセイバーに迷惑をかける一方だ。
I lean away from Saber's shoulder and sit on the grass. My chest wound is still there. It stopped bleeding, but there's still a gaping hole in my chest. The pain might be gone, but I've still got a hole right through me. Just looking at it makes me sick to my stomach. More than that, I can't believe I'm still alive.
シロ、傷を見せてください。
いや、いいけど。
では失礼します。少し痛みますが、耐えてください。
Saber's fingers trail over my chest. And then, I don't know what she's thinking, but Saber places her hand on my chest and lets it sink into my body. My entire body jerks and bucks in response. Saber's hand is relentless, moving around inside me. She's touching my organs with her bare hands. How could that not be blindingly painful? It should hurt, but... There's absolutely no pain. In fact, everywhere Saber touches, it feels like the pain is fading.
終わりました、シロ。鞘に魔力を補充しましたから、半日もすれば傷は癒えるでしょう。
She draws her hand from my chest, looking relieved.
鞘？
I have no idea what she's talking about.
セイバー、鞘ってなんだ？前もそんなことを言ってた気がするけど、もしかしてその鞘ってお前の鞘のことか
？Saber's sheath. It has to be Excalibur's sheath. Invisible air isn't her sheath. The legendary sheath of Excalibur is a noble phantasm that makes its possessor immortal. But she doesn't have it. King Arthur died in the Battle of Camlan because that sheath was lost. So there's no way Saber has Excalibur's sheath right now.
はい。私の鞘はあなたの体の中にあります。それを確信したのが昨夜というのは。
That definitely explains how nothing fatal has killed Shirou.
俺の体の中に。バカな。そんな突拍子もない話が。
そうでしょうか。思えば簡単なことだったのです。 シロは私を召喚した。今までそれを偶然だと考えたことが愚かでした。英霊を呼ぶには英霊にゆかりがあるシンボルがなければならない。マスターとしての知識もなく魔術師としても未熟だったシロが私を呼ぶにはそれを補ってあまりある接点がなければならない。それが私の鞘、失われたエクスカリバーの鞘だったのです。
いや、それはそうかもしれないけど、だからなんだってそんなものが俺の中にあるんだ。
That's a $1 million question right there.
それはおそらくキリツグが行ったことでしょう。
The fuck, dude?
前回の戦いでエミやキリツグはエクスカリバーの鞘を触媒にして私を召喚した。聖剣の鞘は持ち主の傷を癒す宝具です。キリツグはそれを私に返すより自身が持っていた方が有利と判断したのでしょう。私には自能力があるし死ににくい。それより死にやすいマスターが鞘を持つ方が戦いには勝ち残れる。
Yeah.
じゃあ親父も今の俺と同じような状態で戦いを勝ち残ったってわけか。
おそらくは。そして戦いが終わり私が消えた後、キリツグは焼け跡の中をさまよい死にかけている子供を見つけた。キリツグには治療の力はありませんでしたし、あったところで手の施しようがなかったのでしょう。
So that's when he put the sheet inside of Shirou.
だからその子供を助ける手段は彼には一つしかなかったと思うのです。
My hand goes to my chest. On that day 10 years ago, I accepted death as I was looking up at that sky. My whole body was burned. Maybe I really was little more than cinders. So when Kiritsugu found a kid that was barely alive, he had to rely on the one thing he had with him. The sacred sword's sheath said to protect the possessor's life. By implanting the sheath in me, he saved the child who was on the verge of death.
じゃあ本当に？
はい。分解され原型をとどめてはいませんが、確かにシロウの中には鞘があります。それがあなたの治癒能力の源です。
けど俺一度死にかけたぞ。学校でランサーに刺されて、それで。
That's right. Someone saved me then. By the time I came to, there was nobody there. Just a piece of rock lying next to me. I felt that was really important, so I brought it home. I wonder if it's still there.
それは私と契約する前の話でしょう。鞘は私の宝具です。私が限界し魔力を注がなければ宝具としての能力を発揮しない。シロウは私というサーバントと契約しなければその不死身性を得られないのです。まあ多少は魔力さえ注げば持ち主の命を保護するでしょう。ですがそれも微弱なものです。死にかけた人間を救うには鞘そのものと同化させるしかなかったはずです。
そうか。すまんセイバー、お前の鞘をこんなことで使っちまって。
何を言うのです。シロウは私のマスターなのですから、私のものを使うのは当然ではないですか。それにシロウがそうなのだと知って私は嬉しかった。何も守れなかった私でもあなたの命を救えていたのですから。
Her smile is so bright I can't help but look away.
シロウ、傷が痛むのですか？
いや、そうじゃない。いいんだ、気にしないでくれ。セイバーは何も悪くない。
I cover my blushing face and fall silent. This is so embarrassing. Not speaking means no pain, but this is really awkward. I'm not sure how much time passed. Just as I start to calm down, Saber speaks quietly.
キリツグは正しかった。彼は私を裏切ってなどいなかったのですね。
Oh? Her voice is heavy with regret.
セイバー。
あの聖杯は私の求めるものではなかった。いえ、元より聖杯など必要ではなかったのです。キリツグは
She's talking about when
そ
Kiritsugu
れに気
destroyed
が
the
ついてい
Grail.
たのでしょう。
Yeah, because we just learned the truth of the Grail from Kotomine, that it's corrupted. It sounds more like a confession. Saber's making an apology to someone she can't apologize to. Not anymore. She reflects on herself as a way of saying goodbye to the feelings she held for so long. Even if she doesn't say it in so many words. I understand just by being beside her. Artorias sought the Holy Grail. A lonely king who had no choice but to believe that, without the Holy Grail, she could not avoid ruin. If only she'd wished to redo everything from the moment she drew the sword from that stone.
セイバー、それは。
分かっていました。やり直しなんてできないのだと。私はそれを知りながら必死に自身を偽り続けてきたのです。
But that ends here. Her long battle can now really...
ありがとう、シロ。あなたのおかげでようやく取るべき道が分かりました。ええ、あの聖杯もこの私もあり得てはいけない夢だったのです。
But still, she mumbles about wanting to be forgiven. She should never have wished for what she did, and in all that time she'd never been able to fulfill it. The weakness was only a fleeting dream. How should I feel right now? What she says is beautiful. Her decision is dignified and proud, just like her. She takes pride in her past now and accepts the end that awaits her. And now Saber has... She has decided to follow the promise she made until the very end. She doesn't even need to tell me what that means. She will never waver again. And she is more beautiful than ever. In the dark of that night, in the moment I met her under the moonlight and admired her appearance, I loved her. From the very beginning. Then, regardless of what awaits ahead, there's only one thing to be done.
セイバー、聖杯を壊そう。
I cut away any lingering attachment. I banish my selfishness and say what has to be done.
はい。あなたならそう決断すると信じていました、マスター。
Saber nods reassuringly. I can't smile back at her right now. I'm trying my best to suppress my feelings for her and convince myself that this is the right thing to do. I'm sure that someday, I'll be proud she trusted me with this decision. I stand up. Now that that's settled, we can't just rest here forever. We know what must be done, and our enemy is clear. No more detours. Today, we put an end to this battle. I managed to make it home, leaning on Saber's shoulder. The wound in my chest hasn't completely healed. According to Saber, I'll need to lie still for a few hours. I bite my lip. I curse my body for refusing to listen to me, even though I know what I need to do now. Jesus Christ, why am I having so much trouble reading that?
シロ、何か今よからぬことを考えませんでしたか？
いや、別に何も考えてないぞ。
まったく、あまり無茶を言うと怒りますからね。戦いは傷が完治してからです。最後の戦いになるのですから、お互い万全の体制で臨みましょう。
そうだな。焦るより今は準備を整えないと。
I'm thinking about where Kotomine went. About how to defeat Gilgamesh. There's just so much we need to consider. For now, though, we need to rest and wait until night. At that moment, my mind freezes. I see blood. There's nobody inside. The house feels different. Mingled with the smell of something burning, I can just pick out the strong scent of blood. I run. I ignore my chest wound. I run to shake off the chills running down my back. I run through the corridor, turn a corner, and pass through the familiar curtain that divides one room of the house from another. And the scene that greets me is anything but familiar. Oh, Rin. My voice trembles. I don't know what happened. All I know is that Tosaka is looking at me, breathing weakly.
やっと帰ってきた。まったく、もうちょっとで寝ちゃうところだったじゃない。バカ。
The hell is she saying? Looks like she's really struggling even to speak, but she tries to make conversation like nothing's wrong.
喋るなバカ。くそ、とにかく血を止めないと。セイバー、風呂場からタオルとお湯と洗面器。
Saber nods and turns to run to the bathroom.
包帯と血止め。血止めだけで済むかバカ。医者を呼んでどうにかしないと。
I panic as I pull out the first aid kit.
いい。手当ては自分でしたから医者はいらない。それよりもっと大事なことがあるでしょ。
Tosaka is panting, but she looks straight at me.
Tosaka.
I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm confused, but I just nod to listen to what she has to say.
本当に傷はいいのか、Tosaka。お前、これは。
いいの。血止めぐらい自分でできる。それよりごめん。留守を任されてたのに私イリアを守れなかった。
I finally put two and two together. Tosaka wounded, the living room in disarray, and Ilya gone.
やってきたのは琴峰か。
She nods. He's the only enemy left, so there wasn't much point in asking. But Saber and I were the only ones who knew Kotomine was our enemy. It must have been a shock for Tosaka. The seventh master is her teacher and guardian.
謝るな。いくらお前でも騙し討ちされたらどうしようもないだろう。お前、なんだかんだ言って琴峰を信頼してたしさ。
そうね。正直甘く見てた。自分一人でもなんとかなるってうぬぼれてたみたい。
She coughs up blood. Crap, I can't let her keep talking.
話は後にしよう。今は動くな。すぐに手当てをして休ませてやるから。
お願い。けどその前に伝えておかないとダメっぽい。いいシロ。これが最後の助言だからきちんと聞きなさい。
That's ominous. But I just nod. This is serious, especially if she's so insistent on telling me, even as wounded as she is. I couldn't stop her from speaking up now, even if I wanted to.
まず一つ目。琴峰の目的はイリアよ。あの子が今回の聖杯の器だって、あいつは初めから知ってたんでしょうね。
イリアが聖杯？
正確にはあの子の心臓ね。魔術師っていうのは魔術回路を持った人間だけど、イリアは魔術回路を人間にした子なの。サーバントが残り一人になった時、あの子自体は聖杯を下ろす器になると思う。
じゃあイリアは琴峰に
連れて行かれたわ。でもセイバーがまだ健在なら道は開かない。琴峰だって器になるイリアをどうにかしようなんて考えないはず。
can only hope so. And Lancer won't be an easy servant to beat. Even if he couldn't defeat Gilgamesh, he might at least have been able to run away. I'll just have to hope he did. This isn't the time to tell Tosaka anyway.
わかった。イリアは俺が助け出すから安心しろ。
そう。じゃあ2つ目。琴峰の居場所だけど、きっと竜道寺だと思う。聖杯の恒例場所としてあそこ以上の場所はないもの。教会はもう引き払ってるだろうし、隠れてるとしたらあの寺だから。
琴峰がいるのは竜道寺だな。
She doesn't even seem to have the strength to move her head, but she nods anyway.
じゃあ最後、あなたじゃ綺麗にはかなわない。それでも戦う？
That question. She's not asking as a friend, but as a mage who truly understands the situation. But still, Tosaka. My mind's made up. My chances of victory are abysmal. Even so.
戦う。奴には借りが山ほどある。何があろうと引くことはできない。琴峰綺麗はエミやシロが倒すべき敵だからな。
I need to settle things with him. As a survivor of the disaster 10 years ago. As one of the orphans. As the son of Kiritsugu Emiya.
そう。ならこれあげる。護身用のものだけど何もないより役に立つわ。
Tosaka reaches behind her and takes out a dagger. This is a well-known dagger, perhaps even famous. It's used for rituals rather than battle. It's a magical wand in the shape of a sword, used to form magic circles and to intervene in mystics that have taken shape. The word Azoth is engraved in the jewel on the handle. Its blade isn't as long as a typical dagger, which probably fits Tosaka's preferences anyway. This is the Azoth blade, a sword favored by a famous scholar of mystics who took the world by storm some time ago. It is meant for mages to prove that their training is complete. The Azoth blade is not unlike the sort of gift one receives for getting into a college.
どうぞか、これは
見ればわかるでしょう。私の探検よ。宝石に比べれば微々たるものだけど、それでも気が向いた時には魔力を込めてた。レストって叫んで、ありったけの魔力を流し込めば発動するから。
She hands me the dagger. It's surprisingly heavy. Not physically heavy, rather I feel the weight of Tosaka's memories in the dagger.
そうか。いいのか、これは預かって。
いいのよ。綺麗に勝てないって分かって最後まで隠し通したんだから。このまま使わないのも尺だし、あんたが使って。
分かった。遠慮なくもらっとく。正直武器は大いに越したことはない。
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。ならもういいかな。いい加減もう眠くて眠くて。
She laughs, embarrassed. The next thing I know, Saber staying behind me, waiting to treat Tosaka.
寝ろ寝ろ。朝になったら起こしてやるから。そしたら腹いっぱい飯食わせてやる。
そうする。最後に、これは忠告じゃなくて命令。シロ、やるからには死んでも勝ちなさい。私が起きた時、あんたがくたばってたら許さないから。
She looks like she said everything she wants to say. And so Tosaka drifts right off to sleep. She looks well enough, so I feel a little stupid for worrying about her. But then again, I know that's her way of cheering me on, and her words really do invigorate me.
任せとけ、Tosaka.
I nod at Tosaka's sleeping form. Everything's all set. All that's left is to spend these next few hours without regret, while my wounds heal. Today slowly ticks over into tomorrow. We treat Tosaka's wounds and take her to her room to rest, while I make dinner and eat with Saber in silence.
あと少し。
Most of my wounds are healed. We only have about an hour or two left. In the meantime, I'll have a strategy meeting. Oh, that's right. There's only one thing to do. We've always done it this way, so we should do it the same, right to the end. It's not romantic and it's not elegant, but sitting across from each other and coming up with a plan of action suits me and Saber best.
Shirou, 対策を練るのはいいのですが、何もここでなくとも良いのではないですか。
いや、ここじゃないと調子が出ない。いいから中に入ろう。考えなしってわけじゃないんだ。
ああ、シローがそういうのでしたら従いますが。
Saber reluctantly follows into the shed. Okay, now, there's a reason I had Saber go inside the shed. Right now we have neither a plan nor the means to defeat Gilgamesh. So it goes without saying that we need something extra. So, yeah, let's give Saber the sheath. I should return the sheath to its rightful owner. I don't know if it'll work, but I have to try. But Saber did manage to put her hand into my body to check whether the sheath was there. So it's probably not impossible to extract.
それは本気ですか、シロー。
本気だよ。もともとあれはセイバーのものだろ。ならセイバーに返すのは当然だし、この鞘があればあいつにだって勝てるかもしれない。
確かに鞘が戻れば私の魔力も上がります。ですがそれでもギルガメッシュに勝てる保証はありません。それに鞘を摘出してしまったらシロはどうするのです。鞘を取ってしまえばもう
I'll no longer heal so rapidly from whatever injury I might sustain. But that's normal. I've relied on this regeneration too much. Nobody should be immortal. I shouldn't keep it anymore.
鞘を取ってくれ、セイバー。これは俺たちが勝つための絶対の条件だ。
Saber bites her lip, not answering. I'm not sure how long this moment stretches out between us. The clouds in the sky drift by, and as the moonlight starts to shine through the window.
わかりました、マスター。あなたの心をお借りします。
Saber nods, her hesitation gone.
それでは始めます。準備はいいですか、シロ。
いいぞ。遠慮なく始めてくれ。
Saber begins. Her hand presses against my chest and sinks in. My job here is simple. The process of extracting the sheath is similar to projection. The sacred sword's sheath has integrated itself throughout my body. I just have to collect all the dispersed bits of it and reform them into the sheath. This is all just my impression of what's going on, though. I may say I'm reforming it into the sheath, but I'm just gathering the waves of magical energy. Saber is the one who will give it shape. She, the original owner, forms the shapeless bundle of magical energy into the sheath itself. I'm just helping her. It's like making something from nothing. The scattered pieces of the sacred sword's sheath are reproduced with precision and painstaking care, without a single error. My body grows hot. Projection is way beyond my means. It eats away at my body every time I use it. It destroys my nerves, burns my skin, and even has the power to cripple my brain. But it's the only weapon I have, and it could be the one thing that might help Saber. I think back to when I saw her in my dreams. the golden sheath fit for the King of Knights to carry into battle. The legendary sheath that protected its owner and led her to so many victories. I reproduced it vividly, without deviation, and as beautiful as it ever was. And, no matter what the end awaiting us, I won't ever forget this. I will engrave this image in my mind. I hear Saber's voice. I feel something that was within me for the longest time escape from my body.
すごい。見事です、シロ。ここまで完璧に戻せるなんて他の誰にもできません。
It must have come out great as Saber is so elated it surprises me. My body is still so searing hot that I just topple face first onto the ground.
あ、シロ、すごい汗です。今拭くものを持ってきます。
Saber hurries back toward the house. As I listen to her footsteps, I take a deep breath. I think that turned out great. It was perfect. I don't think anything else I project will ever turn out so perfect.
じゃあな。今までありがとう。
I bid farewell to the thing that had been a part of me for so long. The golden sheath that protected her. I will never, ever forget it. Though it's left my body, its form has been forever engraved into my heart. The moon hangs high in the sky. The clouds have finally cleared and the black of night is giving way to indigo. It will be dawn soon. The long night is about to end. It will be the last one. During the night, Saber and I traveled to our final destination.
Shiro, これは。
I hear the tension in Saber's voice. She's not the only one. As I quietly nod, I feel cold sweat trickling down my neck. The mountain feels like a living thing. Chills run down my spine. Stifling pressure assails me with every step I take. The air is thick and damp.
マナの密度が高い。10年前と同じです。おそらく上ではもう。
The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun. Maybe it's even over by now. Either way, Gilgamesh has probably defeated Lancer.
確認するぞ、セイバー。上に着いたら、あとは戦うだけだ。セイバーはギルガメッシュの相手を頼む。俺はマスター、コトミネを撃つ。お互いの戦いには手を出さない。どちらかが相手を倒せば、それで終わりだ。
ええ、今回だけは私は自分の戦いに専念します。それにコトミネはあなたが倒すべき敵だ。
そうだな。よし、任せとけ。セイバーの方こそあんな奴にやられるんじゃないぞ。
はい、誇りにかけて彼には負けるわけにはいかない。サーバントとしてではなく英霊としてかの王に膝を屈することはできません。
There is no longer hesitation or worry in her voice. I don't need to say anything else to her. We will head to battle and determine the final master in this war. But if, in the process, if one of us dies, the survivor just has to kill their opponent. Even if I'm defeated, as long as Saber defeats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't get his hands on the Grail. At the same time, if Saber is defeated but I defeat Kotomine, Gilgamesh can't stay manifested. So we don't have to cover for each other. This battle is now each of ours alone. And so we climb the stone steps. The closer we get to the temple gate, the denser the air gets. Sweat trickles down my back. An ominous premonition creeps over me. At the top of the stone staircase, our greatest enemies await us. But I don't really care about that. We go up the stairs, closer and closer to the temple gate. Everything will be over. No matter who wins this battle, Saber will disappear. The endless but fleeting days of fighting will finally be over, and Saber will disappear from the world. She'll return to her time, where she belongs. And I can't say I don't have any regrets. I'm going to lose Saber. I'm going to lose the person I vowed to protect, the person I most want to be happy. Even now, I don't know just how painful that will be. For now, We're still walking together, and I can feel her presence. I'm not prepared to lose her. Even if I knew a few days before, even if from the moment we met I knew we would eventually part ways. Thinking back, we made so many memories. We walked together some nights, fought together some nights. At first I did everything I could to prevent Saber, a girl, from fighting. She also kicked my ass in the dojo. I also slept in the shed because I was too embarrassed to sleep in a room right next to hers. We ate lunch together. Saber liked baths, she liked my cooking, liked the clothes Tosaka brought her, and she had incoherent conversations with Fujine. She pushed herself, shouldered all the burdens herself, and finally collapsed. And then we explored the depths of our hearts in the ruins. Things took a turn after that. I couldn't stop thinking about Saber. My purpose for fighting changed, and I realized I loved her. How can I lose someone like that? Saber doesn't say anything. I can't think of anything to say either. Once we've climbed the stairs and reached the top, there'll be nothing left for us to talk about. A little while later, I'll lose Saber and have to say goodbye. But this is the only time we have to say goodbye. We climb the stairs. If I want to avoid saying goodbye, I just have to chatter about insignificant stuff like before. For example, let's go to town when we go home. What should we eat for breakfast tomorrow? Insignificant stuff. I can't even seem to do that, though. Because whatever I say, those can end up being our last words. A clear end. Neither Saber nor I could say a clear goodbye. And now we're at the temple gate. This is my last chance. If we proceed, it'll all be over. But if we go back, maybe I can think of something that would stop me from losing her.
Saber.
I stop and turn to Saber. She is the same as ever. Her face is composed, but her eyes seem tense, like she's trying to hold something in. The moment I see those eyes, I'm assailed by temptation on all sides. Temptation to run away. Temptation to turn back so I don't lose her. Temptation to tell her what I really want, assuring me she'll accept. My resolve wavers. The temptations are begging, itching to be voiced. I bite my tongue.
行こう。これが最後の戦いだ。
I tell her, just like usual, as her master. Saber nods silently. I see the strength in her eyes, full of resolve as they always are. I won't make any requests. The same way she believes in me, I'm going to believe I made the right choice. I cross the threshold of the temple gate. There's no turning back now. I can't say anything. Not that I could say what I really wanted anyway. But I want to at least believe that this frustrated silence managed to convey my feelings. We finished climbing the long stone stairs. This is our final memory of our time together here on this earth. The summit is bathed in a crimson glow. Wind whips at my face, seeming to come from the red light somewhere at the rear of the temple grounds. The air is heavy with death. It reminds me of that fire 10 years ago. But it's different. Bound up in the red light, I spy something that looks like it's going to ooze out over the temple itself. It's out past the building. A glistening blackness like mucus spreads over the vivid red. The mud spreads like oil over the clear ground. It oozes over the ground, contaminating it, killing everything it touches. It's like a visible curse. Even a mage like me, still in training as I am, understands that stuff only acts on the human psyche and will only swallow human bodies.
来たか。待ちわびたぞ、Saber.
Gilgamesh stands there, haloed by the vivid red glow. He pays no mind to the blood-red glow or the death-shrouded blackness. The servant armored in gold awaits in the middle of the temple grounds for Saber and Saber alone.
頃合いも良い。聖杯もようやく重い腰を上げ、穴が開いたところだ。 この呪いこそが聖杯の中。我らサーバントをこの世に留める第三要素。10年前、お前が俺に浴びせたものだ。
Gilgamesh has eyes only for Saber. Saber is similarly focused on him. She steps forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her.
ギルガメッシュ、あなたの目的は何だ？あの呪い、聖杯と偽っていたものを使って何を望む？
望みなどないと言っただろう。乙女が聖杯をどう扱おうと俺は知らん。今のところ俺の関心はお前だけだ。
As if to answer, the Golden Knight raises one arm. At the same time, a shimmering haze forms behind them. The king's treasure, hundreds of noble phantasms are readied in that haze, like bullets loaded into a gun.
ああ、ようやくこの時が来たか。今までずーっと考えていたぞ、セイバー。嫌がるお前をどう組み伏せ、あれを飲ませるか。泣きむせぶ顔を踏みつけ、その体を染め抜くほどの泥を飲ませ、もだえ死ぬに耐えきれず俺の足元にすがりつく。その汚れ切った姿をな。
よく言った。ならばその身が同じ末路をたどろうと異論はないな、英雄王。
She takes another step. Saber walks right into the range of all those noble phantasms. This isn't a battle I can help with. No ordinary human could step into this battle between Saber and Gilgamesh.
それでこそセイバー。俺には勝てないと知った上でなおその気概。宴の終わりを飾るにふさわしいが。邪魔はいらぬ。そこの雑種。琴峰に用があるのなら早々に消えろ。奴は祭壇で貴様を待っている。
Kotomine is waiting. I glance at Saber. She gives a slight nod, her eyes still on Gilgamesh. As I leave, I feel her wishing me luck. I turn around. My opponent is elsewhere. Behind me. As I run, I hear the sound of Saber's deadly battle beginning. Deep in the grounds, behind Ryudo's temple's main building is a large lake. It's been untouched for a long time, making it seem sacred like it's inhabited by a dragon god. The lake's clear blue water is so pure and clean, with not a trace of cloudiness. At least, that was true until yesterday. The lake is far from pure now. Red phosphorescence spreads out before me. That's a fucking word and a half, holy shit. It's a sea of dark, murky tar. And a hollow chasm yawns in midair, the body of a young girl floating near an offering. I've been trying to remain calm all this time, but that sight drives me over the edge. I stop and glare at the enemy.
よく来たな、エミヤシロ。最後まで残ったただ一人のマスター。
The ends of his lips curl up in a smile, and he spreads his arms in greeting. Our final battle will be fought here. This will be the summoning altar in this Holy Grail War. We're about 10 meters apart. As soon as I take another step, the battle will begin. I don't know what kind of mage Kotomine is, but he likely uses projectile weapons like Tosaka. On the other hand, my only option is to get close and punch him in the face. Even with Tosaka's dagger concealed behind me, I still need to get close. Once the battle starts, my only option is to rush him and stab him in the chest. The before that, I need to do something about Ilya.
おい、聞こえなかったのか。イリアを下ろせって言ったんだ。いい年して子供をいじめて何が楽しい。
気持ちはわかるが、それはできない相談だな。聖杯は現れたが、その穴は未だ不安定だ。接点である彼女には命の続く限り耐えてもらわねば、私の願いは叶わない。
As long as her life lasts, then Ilya's still alive.
そうか。お前に下ろす気がないってんなら、力ずくで下ろすだけだ。お前の願い、その黒い泥を今すぐに止めてやれ。
ほう、なるほど。お前にはこれが私の望みに見えるわけか。さすがはキリツグの息子だな。よもや2代にわたって思い違いを続けるとは。この泥は私の手によるものではない。これは聖杯よりあふれる力、本来は万能であるはずの無色の力だ。それを黒く染めるなど人の力ではできん。この聖杯はな、初めからこうなのだ。開けてしまえば最後、際限なく溢れ出し最悪を巻き起こす。それがこの聖杯の正体だ。この中にはあらゆる悪性、人の世を分け隔てなく呪うものが詰まっている。それを操ることなど誰にもできん。
What is he talking about? If that's true, he didn't become a master because he had a wish to fulfill, but instead just so he could open this thing?
ことにね。お前の望みは何だ？
I grind my teeth and glare at him. He smiles wider.
そうだな。強いて言うならば娯楽だよ。
It's such a simple answer.
だって。
わからないのか。例えば音楽だ。歌を楽しいと思うのはなぜだと思う、エミヤシロ。
なんだってそんな。
では本はどうだ。物語が人を引きつけるのはなぜだと思う。
Why? I've never thought about that sort of thing before.
そう、考えるまでもない。あらゆる娯楽、人間を喜ばせるもの、それらが楽しいのは単に人間が作ったものだからだ。よいか。あらゆる創造物は人間の内より生じるもの。つまるところ、この世で最も愉快なものとは人間に他ならない。それに比べれば彼らが生み出す娯楽など二次的なものだ。そう、音楽も物語も愛憎も憐憫も信頼も裏切りも道徳も背徳も幻想も真実も全て抱きすべき不純物に過ぎ。そのようなもの、所詮は残りかすに過ぎぬ二流の娯楽。私が楽しみたいのは人間そのもので、そのような余分なものなどもはや口に合わん。
What a deeply disturbed man.
そのためには営みなどという贅肉は削ぎ落とさなければならない。走馬灯というものがあるだろう。
You know, I would expect no less from a member of the church.
人間は死の瞬間にのみ価値がある。生存という助走距離を持って高く飛び、空に届き尊く輝くもの、その瞬きこそが私の望みだ。それがお前の求めた質問の答えだ。お前たちが平穏を糧にするように、この実は星の光を食べて生きている。
Seeing the priest give such a sermon, his arms spread wide, is strange, to say the least. A chill runs down my back, but not from what he said. Seeing him like that, talking about human beings and seeming somehow sacred, is what's giving me chills.
つまりお前は。
ああ、10年前の火災は悪くなかった。小規模ではあったが、通常ではありえない刺激に満ちていたからな。そう、私が望むものなどその程度だ。
Destruction of humanity, all for fun.
あのような地獄にこそ魂の炸裂、人における最高のきらめきがある。それはお前自身も体験したことではないかな、エミヤ・シロ。どうだ、無念のまま朽ちる人間の叫びは胸に迫るものがあっただろう。
No, you fucking freak sadist. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Bullshit. That day. How could he ever describe the hell of that day like that?
理解してくれたか。いびつな形ではあるが、私ほど人間を愛している者はいない。故に私ほど聖杯にふさわしい人間もいまい。
I think you and I might be on a couple different wavelengths there, buddy. The priest smiles, pleased with himself. Is he saying that he thinks all those people dying helplessly was a wonderful, beautiful thing?
そういうことか。
I focus on my feet. Every muscle in my legs tenses, ready to break into a sprint.
つまり殺していいんだな、てめえ。
I surge forward as fast as I can. He's a little less than 10 meters away. If I just head straight at him, I can... I throw myself sideways. I want to just kill him, but my instincts kick in, saving me from death. I go tumbling across the ground, scrambling to look up.
今のは。
Oh! I glance back at where I'd just been running. The ground is on fire. The dark mud spreading over the lake is steaming. It's like a dark carpet. The mud coils and lunges at me, snapping like a whip. It leaves a searing welt on the ground.
言い忘れていたが、すでにお前は私の射程に入っている。加えてこれは生き物に敏感でな。動き回るのは勝手だが、不用意に動くと死ぬぞ。
I leap out of the way of the black mud as it strikes at me once again. To hell with darting around blindly. This bastard's intent on killing me.
この衛星新聞。
I reposition myself, keeping an eye on the lake. I'm no closer to Kotomine. Looks like he's gonna keep me 10 meters away. That muddy tentacle seems to be able to stretch endlessly. It follows no matter how far I retreat, and it's not the only one.
ほう、やる気か。それは喜ばしい。このまま立ち去るのなら殺しようがなかったが、お前本人が争うのであれば問題はない。何しろこれでも神に仕える身だ。助けを求める者を殺めるわけにもいかない。
Now shut the fuck up.
よく言う。人を背中から襲ったやつがな、そんな言葉を吐くんじゃない。
He's probably remembering what happened with Lancer when I say that. Kotomine laughs, as if impressed.
そうだ。お前にはあれで愛想が尽きている。これ以上先延ばしにする必要はない。正直に言うとな、エミヤシロ。私はお前に期待していたのだ。リンがお前を教会に導いたより、運命すら感じた。お前があの男の息子と分かり、内面まで似通っていると知った時の喜びなど分かるまい。10年前に叶わなかった望み、エミヤキリツグという男にこうしてもう一度引導を渡せるとは思わなかった。
The tentacle twists toward me. It looms over the lake, its sickle-shaped head like a dark serpent. I bite my lip. I'm in about the worst possible situation here. More and more tentacles emerge from the lake. I'm not sure how much longer I can even survive, to say nothing of getting near Kotomine.
勝機がないのは当然だ。お前の生きた年数と 私の生きた年数では大きく開きがある。何かで掛け算でもしない限り埋められる差ではあるまい。
The priest raises his hands. He stares at the heavens like a conductor leading an orchestra.
命をかけろ。あるいはこの身に届くかもしれん。
The serpents surge forward. Sparks fly in all directions. The Golden Knight steps back, evading a series of savage attacks executed with astonishing skill. She must have seen it as an opening. Saber twists away from a short sword fired at her and takes a step toward her enemy. Her shout tears through space. Her sword strikes like a comet. She presses the attack on the Golden Knight. He stumbles backward, overwhelmed by her skill and ferocity. Her sword dances. So titanic is the strength behind her every blow. Each could shatter boulders, smash down the walls of the most impregnable fortress. And yet... the myriad deadly weapons appearing from behind her enemy turn aside every strike. Gilgamesh slips back from the onslaught, another sword in his hand. It's easy enough for her to repel his strikes, but she can't meet his attacks directly. Each of the enemy's weapons has abilities she simply does not know. Being struck by a weapon and not knowing what it might do is suicide. Saber steps away from her cornered enemy to compose herself. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, is not at all troubled and picks himself up.
懲りぬ女よ。何度やっても無駄だとわからぬか?
Gilgamesh shows no sign of fatigue. To him, this battle is merely a bit of entertainment. He can't very well feel nervous or tired when he knows with perfect certainty that he will win. It is another matter entirely for Saber. She knows that her only shot at victory is now, before her enemy starts taking this seriously. She needs to defeat Gilgamesh before he can use Ea, or she will lose. And so, even knowing that it may be impossible, she does not relent in her onslaught, giving no thought to her own stamina. This isn't the first time she's cornered her enemy, or the second, but she's never been able to break through his wall of noble phantasms.
まだ続けるのか? 主に忠誠を誓うのはいいが、それも限度があろう。今頃あの雑種は琴峰に殺されている。もはやお前が戦う理由はなかろうよ。
私の主は健在だ。あのようなマスター相手に四郎が膝を屈するなどありえない。
それも時間の問題だ。お前は聖杯を知らぬ。あれの相手は俺でも手こずるのだぞ。お前ならいざ知らず、あのような小僧が1分と持つものか。お前は俺には勝てぬし、あやつでは琴峰に勝てん。配役を誤ったな。お前が聖杯に挑んでいれば、この戦いはお前の勝利だったろうに。
There is no amusement in the Golden Knight's eyes. He's serious. But that's wrong. To Saber, the choice itself was a mistake.
まさかこれが正しい選択だ。私は貴様になど負けぬし、四郎はあのような死者には負けない。まだ出てもいない結果を期待するとは、英雄王の名も地に落ちたというものだ。
ほう。減らず口を言うだけの体力は残っていたか。
The air around Gilgamesh twists and distorts. More and more noble phantasms appear behind him.
来るか。
Here we go. Oh. She adjusts her grip on her sacred sword. In truth, there is a way. There's only one way to defeat that Golden Knight.
だがそれに
But in order to do so... Oh. For her plan to succeed, certain conditions must be met. Even if he takes out Ia, he will still be able to defend against her attack if he has any energy left. She would also have to take Ia's attack head on to be sure whether it's even possible to defeat.
エアを受ける。まさかいかにサヤが戻ろうとあれを受けては立ち上がれない。
But there's no other way to win. Oh no, I read that right the first time. Even if she takes out Ia, he'll still be able to defend against her attack if he has any energy left. Yeah. Okay. But there is no other way to win. It's just a matter of how to spin that thin thread of hope into real victory. Normally, her intuition would show her the best route, and she would act in accordance with what she sees. But that intuition is no help now. Perhaps her chances for victory are so slim that her intuition cannot show her the path. But she still has to fight. She has to keep fighting for Shirou, who surrendered his own defense by returning the sheath to her. She cannot let this man defeat her.
そうか。どうやら決定的な敗北でなければ納得がいかぬと見える。
And here comes Ia. Even more weapons appear behind Gilgamesh. Every single one aims towards Saber, moving without Gilgamesh even touching them. Before, only the hilts were visible, but now the blades emerge, awaiting their master's command. This is the way knights should fight. Gilgamesh was never a swordsman. His many noble phantasms are deployed with time and space, and become bullets under their master's command. This is why he is an archer. He is the strongest in that regard.
うまく避けろ。なーに。運が良ければ手足を串刺す程度であろう。
With a single command, a rain of swords descends on her with godlike speed. Each of them possesses its own special fatal power. She evades every single one as if gracefully slipping between falling leaves. A sword from the front, a spear from the left, polearms from above and below, a three-pronged sword sweeping at her in an arc, a hammer larger than even her streaks towards her like a meteor. She blocks, parries, dodges, then twists away from the final attack. Saber's breathing is labored, and she struggles to regain her ground after being put on the back foot. At that moment, she sees something behind her enemy. Behind Gilgamesh. 47 noble phantasms are already deployed, all at the ready. She leaps with all her might. As if to prevent her from escaping, a flurry of noble phantasms races towards her, tearing up the earth. A torrent of noble phantasms slam into the ground one after another. Her armor is shattered, her gauntlets split open, and even her greaves are impaled. Saber manages to avoid sustaining any fatal wounds, but in that moment she sees something even worse. Beyond the rain of noble phantasms, as if to finish off his exhausted prey, the King of Heroes draws his favorite sword. Saber lets gravity carry her back to the ground. She lands hard and immediately pours magical energy into her sword, but she isn't sure she can make it in time. The wind howls. The blade of light emerges, and she raises her sword without waiting for the wind to finish unraveling. She doesn't even bother deflecting the rain of noble phantasms. She simply swings her sacred sword with all her might and all the swiftness she can muster. She's too late. Gilgamesh sweeps his other noble phantasms aside and swings his Ia. And it cuts away there. I try to kick away the mud clinging to my ankles. My clothes are burnt and my skin is exposed. I jump away from the lunging tentacle. I can't feel my mud-coated right ankle, and I wasn't entirely sure I even still had my right leg until I used it to leap away. I check my body while I roll. Ankle, okay, yeah, it's still there. I just can't feel it. It's more or less intact. I can probably still run. I jump in another direction to avoid the mud's relentless attacks. Beside me, I hear a splash. The scent of burning earth wakes my dizzy head, and I push myself back up to my feet. A burning sensation sears its way down my back. I shake it off and jump to the closest clear ground. The mud's pursuit relents. I can no longer see any of the black mud that surrounded me. I bite my lip. I dodged and ran all over the place, but in the end, I'm right back here. I calm my breathing and look up at him to at least show he hasn't broken my spirit. Kotomine has not moved at all. He's just watched me running around. No matter how many deep breaths I take, my heart won't stop pounding. It's warning me that it's at its limit. It needs rest. My heart is ready to burst if I don't. That's how rapidly it's thumping in my chest. It's all but jumping out of my mouth at this point. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotomine, and I can't stop that black mud. There's not enough time for me to hold back about using projection. It's my only hope. If there's no way forward, I just have to project Saber's sword again. It should be able to cut through that black mud and give me a chance to rush Kotomine.
なんだそれで終わりか諦めたのならそうと言え
The moment he speaks, a tidal wave of mud crashes over me. I look up just in time to dodge. The mud itself isn't bad. It's slow compared to Saber's strikes when we sparred, and it doesn't change direction, so it's easy to dodge. But that only applies when there's just one tentacle. I can't handle multiple attacks at once, or those that strike from behind as soon as I've dodged another. As a result, I can only move around, and still, mud slowly covers me. There's no time to rest. I'm not going to be able to use my projection. Projection requires me to form an image of a weapon from the very beginning, so I at least need a full minute of concentration. But if I give Kotomine an opening like that, the only thing left of me will be smoking bones. Everywhere the mud touches me, I go numb. At least it's not painful, but if that mud covers my entire body, I might not know whether I'm dead or alive. If that happens, I'm a goner. I'd melt away, bones and all. I can only run. I know it's only a matter of time until I run out of steam, but I have to keep running for now. I have no chance of reaching Kotomine while all I'm doing is avoiding the mud. The mud pours like a waterfall behind him, so trying that way isn't an option either. If I'm going to have any chance of getting near him, I have to do something about this mud. I can't believe it. I picked now of all times to trip? Kotomine stares down at me as if I were a piece of trash. He points a finger at me and several snake heads rear up from the lake. Get up. I try to get up but fall again. I fall. I fall. The snakes pursue me. But I still fall. Why? 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 Black mud splashes all over the back of my neck. Why? Now that I look closer, my right leg is entirely black.
そこまでか。少しは楽しめると期待したが、所詮は切り継ぐの息子。つくづく益にならぬ連中だ。
I look up. I'm still conscious. My wrists and neck are bound in chains of mud, but I can still feel my body.
なんでとどめを刺さない。
無論すぐ終わらせるとも。だがそれでは芸がなかろう。お前は切り継ぐの贋作だからな。奴に受けた10年前の負債はお前の死で返してもらう。
My skin burns where the mud touches it. It feels like acid is seeping from my pores. I grit my teeth, trying to endure the pain, and check my right leg. It's completely black. I can't feel it and it won't move. I need to either get this mud out of me or pour magical energy through the affected areas to push out the coagulated blood. Either way, the moment I try to move my right leg, I'll probably tear off every muscle in it.
そうかよ。そりゃ構わないが、お前なんだってそこまで切り継ぐを目の敵にするんだ。切り継ぐに聖杯を壊されたことがよっぽど悔しかったのか。
なに、近親憎悪というやつだ。私と切り継ぐは似ていたからな。奴の行為は全てが勘に触ったよ。ちょうどお前が私に嫌悪を抱くのと変わらない。
ふざけるな。切り継ぐとお前が似ているなんて間違っても口にするな。
なるほど、お前にとってはそうだろう。何しろ奴は私を見逃すほどの善人だったからな。あの大火災を引き起こした私を倒しただけで命までは取らなかった。それが間違いだったことをお前は知っているはずだ。切り継ぐさえ私を殺しておけば、あの孤児たちは穏やかな日常を送れたのだろうからな。反論できまい。だが私にとってもそれは不快な事実だった。私がではない。あれほど冷酷な魔術師だった男が敵を助けたという事実こそが不快だった。
That story again. Saber told me before that Kiritsugu was a first-class mage, and he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But then...
だが、奴の過ちはそんなことではない。奴が犯した過ちはな、聖杯を壊しただけでこの戦いが終わったと思い込んだことだ。故に、奴はお前に何も伝えず、聖杯戦争は終わったのだと楽観し、この呪いに侵されたまま人生を終えた。道家といえば道家だな。奴は自身を呪った私を見逃し、その果てに数年足らずで命を落とした。自分はことを成したと、聖杯戦争を終わらせたのだと勘違いの達成感を得たままでな。
Hold on. Does that mean Kiritsugu died because of Kotomine? What did the peaceful face he had on the night of his death mean?
そうだ。最後に聞いておこう。切り継ぐの最後はどうだったのだ、エミヤシロ。息子であるお前に後を託し、何やら満足していったわけか。なんという道家ぶりだ。何一つとしてなせず、息子であるお前に責任を押し付け、さぞ滑稽に消えたのであろうな。
てめえ!
I kick at the ground. I force my leg to move, flooding it with magical energy. Muscles tear, but I ignore it as I lunge forward on all fours like a wild animal.
そうだ。その程度の気概がなくては話にならん。
Kotomine holds his hand over the waterfall behind him. I don't know what he's thinking. That cascade of mud is a curse so dense it can be seen. It would be fair to call it a massive magical energy meant only to destroy people. There's no room to modify it, to change its shape. Anyone who touches that mud will be contaminated by its potent curse, then dissolve as if the stuff were digesting them. Which means the pain and fear I felt in those dying moments lingers as magical energy. Becomes the next curse and to seek out the living. Whoever touches that stuff will die. Any who touch it will die unless they can get the mud out of themselves. Even so, the priest sticks his hand into the waterfall, smiling.
褒美だ。切り継ぐと同じ末路をたどれ。
He fills his hand with darkness. I know instinctively that this will be different than before. A flash of light illuminates the world. The moment I realize it's the light of Saber's noble phantasm.
アンディマユ。
There it is. The priest's words plunge the world into darkness. Angramayu. She'd been blinded by light a moment ago, but now she's cast into darkness. If she had been conscious, she would have seen that it was a black polar light. The darkness was momentary. But it was not darkness, it was a swarm of tiny curses. The darkness sweeps her body away, and the discomfort jolts her to wakefulness. I sigh. The first thing her returning consciousness brings her is pain. Whatever parts of her were not protected by her armor are horribly burned, and her flesh has been brutally savaged by blades of all sorts. She's a dismal sight. Aya defeated her. Gilgamesh unleashed his noble phantasms and she could not defend against so many. Then Ea struck her. She barely managed to deflect it with Excalibur, but the damage to her body was too severe. Her wounds heal on their own without using magical energy, but even the protection of the sacred sword's sheath is unable to return her to full health in an instant. And then...
ここまでだ、セイバー。よもやその体でまだ敗北を認めぬなどと言わぬだろうな。
Gilgamesh walks forward, not a scratch on his armor. Saber lays on the ground, looking up at her enemy. There's nothing she can do right now. Nothing can stop him from doing whatever he likes with her now.
ギルガメッシュ、今の光は。
Despite the situation, Saber's more concerned about the light. That flash of light. That deep darkness that welled up from the far side of the temple and for a moment covered the world itself. She doesn't want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shirou.
今の光か。お前ならばわかろう。あれは極大の呪いだ。琴峰が聖杯から直接呼び出したのだろうな。聖杯の中にはこの世のすべてを呪うなどというものがあるのだそうだ。先ほどから見えているあのオダクはな、聖杯から漏れている残りカスに過ぎん。その本体を出されたのだ。お前のマスターとてもはやこの世にはおるまい。
そんなことは。
Saber wills her body to move. But she knows she can't. She can't just lay down, though.
嘘だ。シローは生きている。まだちゃんと。
She can still feel her connection with her master. It's weak, like the faint embers of a fire on the verge of going out, but Shirou is alive. She has to keep going. If he fights something unheard of or incomprehensible, Shirou will be no match for it. Saber clings to that faint warmth and again wills herself to move. But it's useless. Even the sacred sword's sheath needs a few more minutes to restore her.
もはや手遅れだ。おとなしくしていろよ、セイバー。お前が何をしようが次期聖杯は溢れ出す。10年前の再来だ。ただし、こたびの義は俺ではなくお前に与えられたものだがな。
The Golden Knight smiles as he turns his gaze up to the burning red sky.
喜べ、セイバー。あれを浴びればお前も俺と同じになれる。この世で肉を持ち第二の生を謳歌できよう。まあもっとも俺のように自我を保てるとは限らんが。
Saber looks up at him, bewildered. She can sense the immensity of the curse. It is a magnificent cluster of magical energy. With so much power, any magecraft would be possible. Were Caster to wield it, the possibilities would be endless. But it's a double-edged sword. It curses humans and only humans. Even heroic spirits would not be able to remain themselves after coming into contact with that curse. That's when she realizes. Gilgamesh. A decade ago, that corruption even swallowed up the most ancient king of heroes. Then...
Gilgamesh. あなたは
He's gone mad.
ほう、そう思うか、騎士よ。
Gilgamesh looks down at Saber, laughing merrily. It's strangely out of character for him, but the look seems somehow appropriate.
侮るな。あの程度の呪い、飲み干せなくて何が英雄か。この世すべての悪？はっ、俺を染めたければ、その3倍は持ってこい。良いか、セイバー。英雄とはな、己が視界に入るすべての人間を背負うもの。この世のすべてなぞ、とうの昔に背負っている。
Hearing those words, Saber gasps. She knows in that moment that she will never understand this heroic spirit. His unthinkable arrogance, the staggering ego leading him to believe that heaven and earth exist only for him, his ruthless choices that bear no regard for any but himself. All of these things are completely opposite to her own beliefs of what it is to be a king. But he was a king. Even Saber cannot deny that. No other servant than Gilgamesh could have retained their sense of self after being bathed in that immensely powerful curse.
そうだな。泥を飲ませるのはいいが、それで自我を失われては楽しみがない。どれ、今のうちに婚姻を決めておくか。
ギルガメッシュ、貴様。
なんだ、手荒く扱われるのは趣味ではないか。ならば慣れておけ。女と食事に出し惜しみはしない主義でな。気の向くままに奪い、食らうだけだ。
Saber glares up at Gilgamesh. She hangs upside down.
サーバントとしてマスターに義理を立てているわけか。くだらんな。たかが霊樹の縛りでこの体をくれてやっていたとは。
それは違う。勘違いをするな、ギルガメッシュ。私は誰にも従わない。初めからこの体にそんな自由はないのだ。
ほう。ではどうあっても俺のものにはならないというのか。
His red eyes rake over Saber. They are entirely devoid of human emotion. If she disobeys, he will kill her, no matter how attached she may be to something. If it does not obey him, he will simply destroy it. That is simply how Gilgamesh sees the world. Saber doesn't look away. She simply glares hatefully at Gilgamesh.
ギルガメッシュ、私は誰のものにもならない。私はすでに国のものだ。この身は女である前に王なのだから。
She's not saying this to anyone in particular. She's simply expressing the tiny warmth still within her heart.
は、何を言うかと思えば、笑わせるな、セイバー。王にとって国とは己のものに過ぎない。何もかも支配できぬのならば、王などという超越者は不要なのだ。まったく。アーサー王よ。そんなだからお前は国によって滅ぼされたのだ。
The Golden Knight mocks her for her naivete. Her heart is set now.
ああ、その通りだ。だが英雄王よ。そんなだから、貴様は自らの国を滅ぼしたのだ。
Such fierce spirit. Saber twists her entire body, using the leverage to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. Yes! Gilgamesh releases her. Saber stretches her arms out and arrests her fall, then springs upward.
男子を足毛に。
おのれ。
どうやら本格的にしつけられたいらしいな。セイバー！
She closes her eyes and looks within herself. It is no wonder your own country turned on you. It is not news to her. Since her summoning as a saber, she's been hearing those words over and over. It's different with him. He grew angry with her as if it had been about him, but he also thought her actions were worthy of pride. She knows what she must do. Even if she has no hope of victory, she cannot stop here. She needs to do something while she can still feel that warmth inside her. She has to get to her master as fast as she can. She's about 8 meters from Gilgamesh. She positions herself at the ideal distance for intercepting an attack, which she's just experienced firsthand. Her body won't move the way she wants. She can barely grip her sword and her legs are hardly able to bear her weight. Even a weak blow would be too much for her now. But she shows neither weakness nor hesitation. Even Gilgamesh feels he has to prepare himself. The Golden Knight readies Ia, his eyes on his opponent. Saber doesn't answer, but her determination is there to see in her eyes. The air itself roars. Ia, the sword of rupture from ancient Mesopotamia, is said to have divided heaven and earth to create the world. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, readies his supreme sword to finally put an end to his enemy. The atmospheric vortex it creates, the sheer quantity of converging magical energy, far exceeds Saber's Excalibur. Gilgamesh raises his sword. Saber mirrors the movement in perfect synchronization. Their eyes meet for an instant. Gilgamesh flourishes his sword. But Saber's sword falls to the ground, useless. She lacks the strength to activate her noble phantasm. The light which can sever all things bursts through her. Unable to do anything, she is swallowed up by the light. The moment I'm engulfed in darkness, hell itself is imprinted on my mind. The 5 starting penalties: life, body, imprisonment, humiliation, and finance. Let the myriad sins, mud, darkness, and malice continue to surround and punish all. Eliminate human rights through decapitation, exile, and repression. Let the body descend into a state of torment and debauchery. Eliminate group consensus by forfeiting horror. Die. Ridicule through greed and arbitrary decisions that freeze assets and property. Imprisonment, fines, the death penalty. Crimes committed in the name of personal grudges. Crimes committed to satisfy selfish desires. Crimes committed unconsciously. Crimes proclaiming self-consciousness. Civil disturbance, solicitation, fraud, theft, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, violence, arson, bombing, infringement, manslaughter, group violence, professional negligence, overconfidence. Accidents, accidents by intoxication, cover-ups, crimes for personal gain, crimes committed in the name of ego, crimes committed in the name of love, crimes committed in the name of virtue, crimes committed for themselves, theft and embezzlement, fraudulent cover-ups, contraband, crime, This world is ruled by non-humans. Know your conscience to rectify your sins. Know the penalty of your sins. Herein lies the goodness of man, so plentiful that he is unaware of the totality of what he is exposed to. Know the violence used to cover up the crime. Know the authority that hides the crime. The malignancy of man is here, so rare and so hard to find that it stands out in sharp relief. 100 benign, 1 malignant. To balance it out, the malignant shines strong, and reigns as a mighty and vicious evil to compete with the benign masses. The 5 starting penalties. For You, 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 for you. Solicitation, fraud, theft, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, tyranny, arson, infringement, dirty, 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 all dirty, atone, violence, crimes, victims, atone, die to atone. My brain's going to explode. The mud eating away at my body does not peel off. It mercilessly robs me of my warmth. I feel the horrible curse crushing all of my senses, crushing me. Darkness I can't look at directly. Ugliness I can't acknowledge. Crimes I want to run from. All man's sins. I'm going to die. Anyone caught in this darkness wouldn't be able to resist letting it devour them, just from the sheer pain and disgust. But Kotomine said it once. This curse is what killed Kiritsugu. That's enough to banish the darkness. Heat returns to my body. Blood rushes through me, wounded as I am, and it helps me get back to my feet. And why not? I mean, Kiritsugu Emiya shouldered all of this for years. Did he die, his own wishes unfulfilled because those voices never stopped screaming at him to atone? He said he wanted to be a champion of justice. He ran around like an idiot trying to be useful to someone, and in the end nobody let him do what he wanted to do. Even so, he still pursued something, the ideals he'd given up on. And then in the end, the words of some silly kid lifted a burden from him, and he finally let himself believe that everything would be okay. I have to stand up. I said I was going to take his place and carry on his dream. If I really am the son of Kiritsugu Emiya, the champion of justice, I can't let the bad guy beat me. Tosaka told me. I need to win even if it kills me. Saber told me. Kotomine is the enemy I have to defeat. Even Kotomine said, if I'm going to fight, I should put my life on the line. That's right. What can I put on the line here if not my life? I don't have anything else to offer anyway. I desperately leap out of the mass of black mud. I can hear his surprise. My throat is burning. Every breath is like swallowing glass. I don't care. Tears of frustration stream down my face. I might just burst from sheer anger before the curse can tear me apart. I push my body, forcing it to run. One hand goes behind my back. I grip the dagger I've been concealing this whole time. I run. Kotomine sticks his hand into the waterfall behind him and draws out another lump of darkness. There's no more hesitation now. If I get my hands on Kotomine, he will regret what he's just said more than anything else. I still have a command spell on my left hand. I don't know if I'm alive or dead, but that is the proof, and I can feel the truth of it. As long as I still have my command spell, Saber's still with me. If she's still here, she must have defeated Gilgamesh and be headed to me right now. And if I don't greet her with open arms when that happens, well, I know her enough to know that she'll be mad. So I'm going to beat you here and now, to fulfill the promise I made to her. Darkness closes in on me. Kotomine releases a giant mass of curse. My body begins to crumble, starting with the extremities. I won't look away. If this is my role, I'm not done yet. A fault line splits space itself. With a flash of light and a roar of wind, Ia releases a vortex of pure destruction. The sheer intensity prevents Saber from using her own noble phantasm. so she lowers her sword and lets herself sway as if collapsing. The light draws near. Saber's too injured to dodge, and there's no shield capable of defending against Ia's attack. That furious dance of light and wind can only annihilate everything in its path. Nothing can stand up to Ia. It is an immutable fact. Both of them know it to be true. A few hours ago. Oh, both of them knew it to be true a few hours ago. For once, that astonished cry comes not from Saber, but from the Golden Knight wielding Ia. Ia continues to release its torrent of magical energy, unleashing a ravening beam of destruction. But Saber's on her feet, stepping into the light of Ia's power. Her silver armor screams. Cracks splinter every layer of magical energy protecting her. With not a second to lose, she closes the gap between herself and Gilgamesh. To counter Ia's destruction, Saber releases every drop of power at her command. Searching heat scorches the earth in all directions in a brilliant flash of light. Two titanically powerful swords clash, their power so vast it creates a visible border as the two struggle against each other. But is it all for nothing? Excalibur cannot beat Ia, even if Saber risks her life and attacks without concern for the consequences. She can only push back just the smallest bit. The scales tilt in favor of Ia, and Excalibur's light weakens, pushing Saber back. The Golden Knight draws Ia back, but then he sees his enemy's renewed reckless advance, so he pours yet more magical energy into Ia. There's no turning back now. All there is to do is use his full power to utterly annihilate Saber. Ia's segments spin faster, 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 reaching their maximum speed, and the light that envelops Saber cuts Excalibur down. But in the instant before that happens, Saber charges. A tiny opening created by Excalibur's power allows her to take a single step closer. In the instant she reaches that space, her noble phantasm appears. Darkness buffets Shirou as if he were caught in a wind tunnel. There is no avoiding or deflecting darkness that coats space itself. Those swallowed by the darkness can only be consumed by it. He's corroding from the fingertips inward. His legs kick at the air as if swimming. His outstretched arms swallowed up in the black mud. His vision fails him. It's like being erased. Shirou feels himself shrinking, but he refuses to die. He tries not to look away, pours every ounce of strength he has into resisting. He fights the darkness covering him, the pain trying to melt his body, and the curse trying to dissolve his mind. It's all in vain. No human could resist this corruption. And yet he continues to move. His arm is still raised, held out, trying to grab something. But his heart is already broken. His thoughts are smothered in darkness, and soon it will consume him. But in that moment... Why did he remember that voice? A light in the darkness. The moment he realizes it's that light, everything runs in reverse. The switch flips. His thoughts gain speed, creating crackling sparkles, and form the shape with astonishing speed. He murmurs the spell to begin projection. In that instant, it's complete, skipping every step of the manufacturing process. He didn't need to reproduce it from scratch. The shape had already been engraved onto his very soul. It had been a part of Shirou Emiya for so long that he perfectly memorized it. His fingertips, desperately reaching, move again. They grab hold of the object he created without concentration or spellcasting. The world turns on its head, darkness eradicated by golden light. In Shirou's grasp, duplicated flawlessly is Saber's sheath.
Oh, I hear the song!
And so, as Ia's all-destroying light burns away everything in its path, Saber releases her own noble phantasm. What appears before her is, without question, the sacred sword's sheath. The mystics which shrouded are unknown, but the sheath repels Ia's light. No, this is beyond simply defending its wielder. Instead, it cuts her off completely. The wall that keeps the filth of the outside world from fairyland. A world that cannot be reached, forever isolated from the rest of the world. Saber is protected by the sheath of the sacred sword, and for a moment, she exists apart from all reason and logic in this world. It is the greatest protection in the world. Nothing, not even the 5 magics, can pierce this perfect defense. And so the sheath is named Avalon. Avalon. It is the place King Arthur is said to have gone after dying, the utopia the king dreamed of but could not reach. Gilgamesh sees the Grim Reaper raising its scythe. But it's too late. Ia won't stop rotating and Gilgamesh can't retreat. How could he? Who could have ever believed that an attack with so much magical energy, with such unimaginable power, could ever be blocked? A streak of blue surges forward. Saber's armor is gone. She's shed her armor so she can use its magical energy in her sword.
Saber!
Nice! Oh, that's such a good fucking CG. The moment he takes the sheath, the darkness is dispelled. The darkness surrounding Shirou Emiya, the darkness that contaminated his body, fades all at once. But this should come as no surprise. The sacred sword's sheath protects its owner. That filthy mud could not possibly destroy the embodiment of the utopia the girl sought. He runs. In the instant the darkness is dispelled, he moves with all the speed of a comet. The priest, so assured of his own strength, and the boy who could afford no such arrogance, face off. It is but an instant, but that instant decides the battle. Shirou Emiya runs, sometimes stumbling onto all fours. In one hand he holds the dagger. He scrambles forward on his hands and knees toward the priest. Shirou doesn't stop. He thrusts the dagger of retribution into the priest's chest. The priest turns slowly. Before he can leave, Shirou steps down on one foot to ground himself, and turns in a circle using the momentum of his dash. He inverts himself like a top and floods his left hand with magical energy. And like a whirlwind,
Let's go!
his magical energy pours into the Azoth blade, along with the word to trigger its release. Saber swings her golden sword. She must not have had the energy to push herself back up. Saber keeps her sword down, head down. Gilgamesh stares wide-eyed at the knight, as she cuts him in half. In the silence after, the wind whispers through the compound. There remains not a trace of the light that had flooded the area seconds ago. The two knights do not exchange words. They simply stand facing each other as the battle ends. Gilgamesh sighs. He lifts a hand and traces a finger along her cheek, as if to check the knight.
憎らしい女だ。最後までこの俺に歯向かうか。
His golden armor begins to fade. The bloody king of heroes starts to disappear.
だが許そう。手に入らぬからこそ美しいものもある。
His finger slips away from her. The arm he'd raised to touch her falls weakly.
ならばこそ俺がお前に敗れるは必要だったか。
He clicks his tongue in displeasure. And then, at the end,
ではな、騎士王。いや、なかなかに楽しかったぞ。
he smiles ironically and vanishes. Pale blue sparks flicker along the priest's form. They spread in all directions from where the dagger protrudes from his chest. No flesh falls away, and there is no sign of bleeding. Even so, the battle comes to an end. He's not even looking at me. Instead, he stares down at the dagger in his chest in confusion. The wind is blowing. A gust of wind blows from the hollow overhead, muffling the sound of him around him. In the silence that follows,
なぜお前がこの剣を持っている。
Kotomine's voice is low, mumbling.
それは俺のじゃない。遠坂から預かったものだ。
I'm not sure how long he was thinking. He takes a deep breath and finally moves, having been motionless from the moment I charged him and impaled him with the blade.
そうか。以前気まぐれでどこぞの娘にくれてやったことがあった。あれは確か10年前か。なるほど。私も衰えるはずだ。
Kotomine collapses. I watch it all unfold. Even on the brink of death, he spoke of himself as if he were talking about someone else. Finally, the priest sinks into that which he summoned, the very thing he wished for. And that is the end of Kirei Kotomine. The true end of a long battle. With the enemy defeated, only one task remains. The dark hollow in the sky. The mud has stopped pouring from it, but the eerie void continues to quicken. It's the Holy Grail. The omnipotent Grail said to be given to the winner of this war. The wind howls. With Kotomine gone, the power binding Ilya vanishes. Ilya has been released from the hollow, and she now sleeps beside me. She doesn't seem to be in danger of dying. She'll probably wake up after we go home and have Tosaka look her over. The war is ended. No one else will get hurt. We won't have to lose anyone else now. No more masters, and the servants will disappear now that their roles are over. I knew this was going to happen. I climbed those long stairs with her earlier. We've already said our goodbyes. All that's left is to bring the curtain down on this whole war. I look up at the hollow and wait. My heart is empty as that void. And then she appears. She walks straight towards me, looking no different than when we first met. She stops once we're close enough to touch each other. We neither ask about each other's well-being, nor offer any congratulations. This has already been decided. There's only one thing left to do.
聖杯を破壊します。それが私の役割です。
Saber starts walking forward. The strong winds coming from the hollow do not deter her. She approaches, one step at a time. She's within range. She quietly readies her sword and looks up at the black hollow. I just watch from where I stand. I clench my fists so hard they bleed. I bite my lip and try to hold back the feelings fighting for expression. I try to burn the image of her into my mind. And then...
Master, 命令を。あなたの命がなければ、あれは破壊できない。
Her back still to me, she tells me to use my final command spell. When the Holy Grail is destroyed, Saber will disappear. No, since Saber will destroy the Holy Grail with her own hands, she won't have to become a servant. She only became a servant because she sought the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail should also void her contract, since she will have chosen to do it. The moment she destroys the Holy Grail, her life will end, but she will remain king forever.
シロ、あなたの声で聞かせてほしい。
I hear Saber. Every time I hear her voice, I want to scream. I want to tell her not to go. I want to scream my real, honest desire. I want her to stay. And yet, I can't ever say that. I love Saber. I want her to be happy more than anything else, and I want to be with her forever. But if I really love her, that's not what I should be doing. I love Saber for fighting her hardest even when she was wounded. She gave up everything, and while she was torn apart, she still held to her conviction, even to the very end. If I think that is beautiful, if I think that is something worth protecting, then I can't destroy everything she stood for just for my own happiness. She was born a king, and that's how she lived. Nothing can change that. From the moment she drew the sword and made her vow, she was king. Nothing else. That is her conviction. She fought her battles until the very end, believing she was doing the right thing. The dream of a young girl named Artoria. She abandoned her own life and chose to be king. She chose to fight. Even when she was told that everything she does would go unrewarded, she still wielded the sword and kept to her vow as king. That lasted for many years. I can't do anything to tarnish the pride she held to until her final moments.
セイバー、その責務を果たしてくれ。
My voice is heavy with emotion. Light flares around us. The brilliant ray cuts the hollow in front of us in half, leaving no trace of it. Nothing remains. The mountain's summit has been blasted away, leaving only a smoldering wasteland behind. In the distance, the first rays of dawn light the sky. A glimmer of gold peeks over the horizon. My left hand hurts. The final command spell disappears. And then, I accept that it is finally over.
これで終わったのですね。
ああ、これで終わりだ。もう何も残ってない。
そうですか。では私たちの契約もここまでですね。あなたの剣となり、敵を撃ち、近江を守った。この約束を果たせてよかった。
そうだな。セイバーはよくやってくれた。
I don't know what else to say. Saber's far away. I don't try to run to her. The sun rises. The wind starts to pick up. A golden glimmer shines, seeming to last forever. In it, there...
最後に一つだけ伝えないと。
I can hear the determination in her voice.
ああ、どんな。
I try to at least sound strong. Saber sways. She turns. Saber looks straight at me and says, her voice clear.
シロ、あなたを愛している。
She said it. The wind blows over the mountaintop. For a moment, I close my eyes, blinded by the morning sun. Then I open them again. I don't think I was surprised. I just had a feeling. Our goodbye was always going to be like this. All I see is the wasteland. Saber is gone, carried off by the gusting wind. Just like when she appeared. She left with grace, without a trace.
本当にお前らしい。
There are no regrets in my voice. Every memory, both of what I've lost and what I've gained, remains in my heart. I'll keep them all there. Forever. I look out at the rising sun, hoping I never forget any of this, that none of it fades from my mind for a long time to come. I watch the morning glow spreading over the distant land below. It reminds me of the golden fields she'd fought on. Oh, epilogue. Thought we'd get credits first, but okay. I hear a creaking sound. It's the old heavy rusted door of the shed opening. Light pours in through the crack in the door. It's enough to wake me up.
先輩、起きてますか?
I don't even need to look to know who's approaching. It must be that time already. I take a deep breath and open my eyes.
おはようございます、先輩。そろそろ時間ですよ。
そうみたいだ。おはよう、さくら。起こしに来てくれてサンキューな。い
え、お礼を言われることじゃありません。先輩ならきちんと起きてくれるって分かってましたから、私は余計なことをしただけなんです。
そっか。けど、ならなんでわざわざ起こしに来てくれたんだ？
わざわざじゃありません。今朝は先輩を起こしたくなって、いつもより30分も早起きしたんです。今日は特別な日ですから。
Then I remember. That's right, it is a special day.
さくら、聞くまでもないと思うんだが、藤音はまだ来てないよな。
はい、内村先生はまだ。あ、でもイリアちゃんは先に来てます。
I knew it. If Ilya's here, then that can mean only one thing.
まずい。さくら、すまないんだけど朝食の支度を頼む。俺ひとっ走りして藤音を叩き起こしてくる。
あ、はい。ご苦労様です、先輩。
Luckily, I was up late last night, so I'm still in my work clothes. I'm glad I don't need to change to head out.
10分で戻るから、あとはよろしく頼む。
はい、任せちゃってください。あれ、シロ起きてる。
Hey, Ilya.
なあ、今起きた。ちょっと藤音を起こしてくるから、さくらの手伝いをしてやってくれ。
I pat Ilya on the shoulder and head to the front entrance.
やられた。もう、シロは私が起こしに行くって言ったでしょ。さくら。
Ilya fumes at Sakura as she stomps over to the shed. This sort of thing is hardly unusual anymore. Ilya said she wasn't going to return to her home country, so I talked to Fujine about taking her in. She was vehemently opposed and suggested that she would take in Ilya at her house. Since then, Ilya has been staying at the Fujimura house, and of course she's been coming over with Fujine mornings and nights. It goes without saying that they're coming for breakfast and dinner. The two have been living together for 2 months now, and they're practically joined at the hip. When I passed near the shed wall, I hear Sakura and Ilya talking. Ilya's pretty blunt, so I thought she wouldn't get along with Sakura, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're like an odd couple. Ilya's energetic while Sakura is more laid back. Seems they get along in spite of their differences. In fact, Sakura's regained her usual cheer thanks to Ilya. Ever since Sakura's older brother Shinji disappeared and was listed as missing, she'd stopped smiling. She must have sensed that he had something to do with the mass coma incident at school. Fretting over Shinji, Sakura shut herself away. It was Ilya who forced her to get over it, and Sakura is her normal cheerful self whenever she's with Ilya.
Sakura, 笑えるようになったよな。
I'm truly happy about that. Sakura is most herself when she's smiling that gentle smile of hers.
ひどいよ、イリアちゃん。何があっても起こしてって臨時ボーナスまであげたのに。
Fujine is in tears as she shovels breakfast into her mouth.
当然よ。タイガーを待ってたら私まで遅れるし、給金分は義理を果たしたわ。あれ以上の働きを要求するなら臨時じゃなくて基本給をアップさせることね。
私だけじゃなくおじいさまからももらってるくせに、どうしてこの子は主戦度なのかしら。若い頃からお金にうるさいと周りの子に嫌われちゃうぞ。
嫌われて結構よ。好きな人以外なら何を思われても関係ないもの。それよりタイガー、貸したお金ちゃんと返してよね。給料日5日前だったんでしょ。
Are you borrowing money from kids now? Why are you borrowing money from Ilya?
なんでそんなこと知ってるのよ、あなた。
タイガーに聞いたわ。お望みなら明細まで話してあげてよ。
Oh my god, Ilya grins wryly. Unlike her more friendly relationship with Sakura, Ilya and Tiger are practically cats and dogs. Ilya gets really mean with Fujine. Even her smile reminds me of a certain someone's smirk.
返済は明日までね。できなかったらタイガのお小遣いから引いていくから。
おじいさま、そんなことまであなたに話したの？
ええ、お昼はずっと一緒だもん。タイガね、タイガより可愛いって褒めてくれたわ。
Oh boy.
どうしてくれるのよ、シロ。この子とんだ悪魔っ子じゃない。このままじゃ藤村組が乗っ取られるわ。
More importantly, why does a grown woman still get an allowance from her grandfather?
いってらっしゃい、シロ。今日は早いんでしょ。ならここで待ってるからすぐに帰ってきてね。
努力する。留守番よろしくな、イリア。
いっそのことここの子になっちゃえ、バカ。
Fujine sulks as she hides behind my back.
はいはい、タイガも気を引き締めなさいよね。外でシロに迷惑かけちゃダメなんだから。
Ilya shrugs off Taiga's comment. Looks like Fujine isn't really in a position to push back against Ilya.
じゃあ先に行ってるけど、のんびり歩いて遅刻しちゃダメよ、シロ。
Fujine lets out an engine roar and disappears like a speeding bullet. She got her driver's license last month. Since then, she's been late for school a lot less often, but now she has a new nickname. Rocket Tiger. Rocket Diver. She's the only one who doesn't know about it. I stretch and take a deep breath. Sakura already left for school. She ate a pretty big bowl of rice this morning, so she must be pretty driven today. Today's a big day for the Kyudo Club. Now that she's the vice captain, Sakura must be really determined and enthusiastic today.
さて、それじゃ。
Go to school too. Today's April 7th. Schools are starting the new school year and the season has gone from the cold of winter to spring. It's been 2 months. I feel like a lot has changed since she left, but the changes all seem minor. Winter is over and it's finally spring. That's the only thing that's changed. I might have grown and matured, but I'm not a different person or anything. So, not that much has changed. Shirou Emiya is still clumsily stumbling along in Kiritsugu's footsteps.
おはよう、エミヤ
But
君。
it's okay.
朝から顔を合わせるなんて奇遇ね。
I'm really glad that she did end up making it.
おっす。今日もいい天気だな、登坂。
I wave in greeting.
けど奇遇か？ここ最近よくニアミスするだろう。まあいや、そりゃ今までこう頻繁に出くわすことはなかったけど。
出くわすってあなたね。
Tosaka narrows her eyes and glares at me, unhappy about how I phrased that. I don't think getting angry so early in the morning is good for you.
登坂、もしかして登校時間変えたのか？前はもうちょっと遅かっただろう。早すぎず遅すぎずって時間だった。
そんなことないわよ。今まで顔を合わせなかったのは空前でしょ。知ってる？エミヤ君と私の家、きっかり正反対の位置にあるの。だから普通に起きて普通に坂を降りれば、ここで顔を合わせるのは当然ってわけ。
へえ、それは初耳だ。そっか、それなら確かに。
Wait a minute. That's only possible if our daily schedules are the same. For Tosaka to reach this intersection at this hour, she'd have to wake up at 6 in the morning. But that's...
登坂、お前眠くない？
I just come right out and say it.
何よその言い分。私は眠くもないし無理もしてないわ。なんだってそんなこと聞くわけ？あなた。
いや、お前朝弱かったから。寝不足で学校に行くと化けの皮が剥がれるぞ。授業中に居眠りなんかしたら大変だ。下手に起こそうものなら寝起きの悪魔みたいな顔した登坂が暴れるんだからな。
Like, who dares disturb my slumber, kind of terrifying.
そんなことしないわよ。たかだか30分の早起きで深くなんて取るものですか？
ほら、早起きしてるじゃないか、やっぱり。
ああ、人の起床時間なんてどうでもいいでしょ。つまんない詮索をしてる暇があるならさっさと学校に行きなさい。
Tosaka huffs and looks away. She has a point, so I'm going to let this go and just resume our walk to school. Good to see she's herself as always. We walk up the hill. The townscape below has bloomed into a springtime scene. The breeze is pleasant, and the leaves of the cherry blossoms of the cherry blossom tree planted near school dance on the wind from time to time. It makes me smile.
何？今週はほとんどバイトなの？まあ、エミヤ君の時間だから文句はないけど、そんなんで体壊さない？
いや、今日ぐらいは休みをもらったよ。弓道部で新入部員の歓迎会をやるっていうから、イリアを連れて遊びに行こうかなと。
なんかさりげにすごい度胸してるわよね、あなたって。平気な顔してイリアを学校に連れて行くあたり大物だわ。
なんかまずいか？イリアだって暇つぶしになるって喜ぶと思うんだが。
まずいわよ。まずいけど、そういうことなら私もお邪魔しようかな。イリアがいるなら退屈しないし、何より危なっかしくって放っておけない。
I'm grateful to hear her say that. Tosaka understands Ilya much better than Sakura or I do. It's not just that she periodically checks in on Ilya's health. Tosaka and Ilya are both proper mages. Ilya still doesn't fully understand that she needs to hide the fact that she's a mage, so Tosaka's been a great mentor for her in that regard. And so things are starting to settle in their respective places. The new priest the church dispatched has already repaired most of the damage from the Holy Grail War, and we've more or less gone back to our ordinary lives. There are things lost that we can never get back, yes. But the wounds are slowly healing, and I should be glad to know that some of the regrets I felt before are slowly fading.
けど、意外だったな。
Tosaka mutters under her breath. She looks down at the town, her tone serious.
意外だったって何が？
私、シロはもっと落ち込むと思ってた。しばらくは立ち直れないだろうなって思ってたのよ。
She's talking about the girl who's not with me now. It's been 2 months, and this is the first time we've brought up the golden-haired girl.
そうだな。俺もそうなるだろうって思ってた。その後のことなんて考えるだけでどうかしそうだった。
けど蓋を開けてみればシロったら今まで通りだったでしょ。落ち込むどころの話じゃなくて、次の日にはもうケロリとしてた。その時にね、こいつ大丈夫かなとも思ったのよ。うまく言えないんだけど、次の日にはあっさり事故で死んじゃうような雰囲気だった。
なんだそりゃ。なんで平気なのにあっさり死ぬんだよ。
そういうこともあるの。人間ってのはね、何かの手違いで一生涯の目標を叶えちゃうと、それでぽっくりいくものなのよ。
The hell kind of bad luck do you think Shirou has?
もう生きるのはいいやと思った途端、赤信号なのに車が突っ込んできたり、あっさりと階段から落ちたりするんだから。
Hell of a way to look at it. Huh. That's a little hard to get my head around. I guess she's talking about dying after living a full life or resting in peace, maybe.
だから私はそれが心配だった。ああいう時はね、いっそ派手に落ち込んでくれた方が周りは安心するものなの。
なんだ。じゃあ落ち込んでたら慰めてくれたのか、まさか。
まさか。背中に蹴り入れて一日で立ち直らせてやったわよ。それができなくて残念だって話。
She turns away displeased. It's so funny I can't help bursting into laughter.
何よ、おかしい？
いや、とにかく遠坂らしい厳しいセリフだったんで安心した。
We continue walking, enjoying the spring sunshine. The hilly road is long, and it looks as if it continues into the endless blue sky. Then she brings something else up, surprisingly casually.
じゃあもう未練はないんだ。セイバーがいなくなってもさ。
Her eyes are on the sky as she speaks.
ああ、未練なんてきっとない。
I'm not trying to put up a front. I haven't surprised myself with how at peace I sound. Nothing was left unsaid, so I don't regret anything. Everything went into the moment we said goodbye. What I wanted to do. What she dreamed. Maybe we were both stubborn, and maybe I really should have grabbed her hand and made her dream come true. But there was something we both felt was beautiful, and we both desperately tried to protect it until the very end. I have no regrets. As she properly ended her time, I can't let myself be stuck in those memories forever.
ふん、シローの中では決着をつけたってことね。だから落ち込むこともなく、思い出に浸ることもないってわけ。
まあ、けど今も夢に見る。これから先もずっとあいつのことを思い出すよ。いつか記憶が薄れて、あいつの声もあいつの仕草も忘れていく。それでもこんなことがあったと、セイバーっていうやつが好きだったってことだけはずっと覚えてる。
Tosaga doesn't say anything, but for some reason she looks elated. She's practically skipping now.
どうしたんだよ、遠坂。そんなに急いで。なんかあったのか？
別に、ただ早く学校に着きたいなって。さあ、そういうわけだからシローも急ぐ。のんびりしてると置いてくわよ。
She turns around and starts to run up the hill.
なんだあいつ。朝弱いくせに無理して。
I grumble, then sling my bag onto my shoulder and run to catch up. It's only 7:30 in the morning. It's too early for students who aren't involved in any club activities, but I guess there's nothing wrong with getting to school early. I run up the hilly road that seems to stretch into the sky, and reach the school earlier than usual. Today is the first day of the school year. If I want to celebrate, I need to shake off the old memories. Remnants of my memory will never go away. But I still need to go on, even if the emptiness in my heart makes me cry. blue sky is off in the distance. It feels so close. But even if I reached out, I could never grasp it. I've looked to the stars before. There are unreachable stars and unfulfilled wishes. Nothing of ours remains behind. So someday, my memories of her, even the image of her face, will disappear. And yet, even if I can't ever reach her, something will remain in our hearts. There may be nothing physical left, but we both shared time together and looked up at the same things. If I can remember that, I can believe that we're still together, even across such a great distance. Some things are bound to disappear, but others never will. So I'm going to keep running. If I push far enough, I might one day reach what I was aiming for. The new beginnings of spring, after the end of a harsh winter. I head up the hill under the same blue sky she looked up and saw. The battle is over. This is her final battlefield. The battle that split her country in half and ended with the king's victory. The knight runs to her. The battle is over. The blood-red sunset has faded, and now the darkness of night covers the battlefield. The hill is littered with corpses and curses. All that resentment tries to drag the survivors down with it. Through it all, the knight runs, breathless. He grips his horse's reins as the wounded white steed does its best to keep up. The knight and the white horse are the only survivors. Draped over the horse's back is the wounded king.
Oh, Asao, こちらに.
The knight must be wounded himself, but he runs with all his might. The king he serves is on the verge of death. Even after defeating the rival king in single combat, his king sustained a fatal wound. The knight knows there is no hope here. His king will die soon.
お気を確かに。あの森までたどり着けば必ず。
He calls desperately to his king. Or perhaps the knight truly believes that his king is immortal. So long as they have the guidance of the sacred sword, the king will never perish. With labored breathing, the knight crosses the mountain of corpses and heads to a forest that has not yet been stained in blood. He knows of his king's immortality, so he believes that if he can only escape this cursed battlefield and lead the king somewhere pure, the king's wounds will be healed. Or rather, he hopes. Unlike the other knights, he always believed in his king. The king had always been isolated at court, shunned by the knights and feared by the people. But the knight was proud of the young king, who never revealed any personal feelings, no matter the situation, and always remained idealistic. The knight did not serve his country, and that is why he entrusted his sword to his king, strove to aid his king, and rose to the position of the king's personal guard despite his young age. The king whose true face can never be seen. The boy tried to be fair and selfless, and did not allow his personal feelings to interfere with his duties. Rather, he hoped that if he could someday get close enough, he could see his king's real face. That is his greatest desire. He wants so much to see his king's true face. Not the stern countenance the king bore on the battlefield, but his king's true face. A smiling, laughing, human face. That moment would surely come in court, when the king is relieved of all duty. Even the most perfect king cannot be on edge all the time. The knight was proved wrong, though. What he learned defied his expectations. He reached the rank of Imperial Guard and stood guard at the king's side. He guarded the king more closely than any knight, and always observed the king's behavior. But the moment he wished for never came. His king never smiled. Why does that make him so angry? The king should radiate glory, having achieved such success. But never once did the king seem at ease, even for a moment. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to believe this shouldn't happen, and so he wished for his king to be rewarded with light. That has yet to be accomplished. The king still remains solitary, and so the knight refuses to accept his king's death. It cannot end here. If it does, this great king will never be rewarded. Small bit of fear.
今はこちらにすぐに兵を呼んでまいります。
Once they reach the forest, the knight leans his king's body against a large tree. It is a race against time. Even riding hard on horseback, it will take half a day to bring back the troops they left at the harbor. Any who see the king now would know that the king will not last until dawn.
どうかそれまで辛抱を。必ず兵を連れて戻ります。
The knight bows to his half-conscious king and returns to his white steed.
ベリビエール。
Before he can leave, the king he thought unconscious calls out to him.
おう、意識が戻られましたか。
少し夢を見ていた。
The king's voice is faint, but there is warmth in it.
夢ですか。
The knight's voice is imploring. The knight's life is balanced on the tip of a blade. The darkness will surely take his king if the knight does not respond.
そうだ。あまり見たことがないのでな。貴重な体験をした。
それは。では、どうぞお気遣いなくお休みください。私はその間に兵を呼んでまいります。
A faint gasp. The knight's words must have been unexpected.
おう、何かご無礼な点でも。
いや、そなたの言い分に驚いた。夢とは目を覚ました後でも見れるものなのか。違う夢ではなく、目をつむればまた同じものが現れると。
Now it's the knight's turn to be surprised. For a moment he is at a loss for words. At length he responds, though he knows there is no truth to what he says.
はい。強く思えば同じ夢を見続けることもできるでしょう。私にも経験があります。
It's not possible. A dream is a fleeting thing, not something to return to. Even so, the knight lies to his king. It is the first and last time he will do such a thing.
そうか。そなたは博識だな。ベリビエール。
The king's soft voice is admirable. The king's head remains tilted down, not looking up at the knight. The king breathes so softly that it can be barely audible.
ベリビエール。我が命権を持て。
The knight receives his king's final order.
よいか。この森を抜け、あの血塗られた丘を越えるのだ。その先には深い湖がある。
おお、それは。
The knight knows what that means. The sword in the lake. To relinquish the sword that had protected the king and serve as proof of kingship would mean the end of his king.
行くのだ。ことを成し得たのならばここに戻り、そなたが見たことを伝えてほしい。
The king does not take back orders. The knight takes the sacred sword and goes over the hill, his indecision weighing heavily on him. And so, 3 times the knight hesitates to follow his king's command. The lake looms in front of him, but he cannot throw the sword away. Doing so means his king will disappear. The knight's unwillingness to part with his king stays his hand, and so he returns to his king. Once again, the king orders him to throw the sword into the lake. When the knight lies and claims he's thrown the sword into the lake as ordered, his king simply replies, "Do as I have commanded you." To defy the king's order is a great sin for a knight, but he has already done so twice. Each time he stands before the lake, he hesitates at the thought of losing his king. No more. When the knight realizes he cannot alter his king's decisions, on his third visit he hurls the sword into the lake. The sacred sword returns to the lake. A white hand emerges from the water and catches the blade, and the sacred sword vanishes from the world. And the knight finally accepts it. The end of his king. The responsibilities that had so long burdened the knight finally come to an end. By the third time he crosses the hill, the first rays of morning light touch the forest. The ruins of the battlefield now distant. There is no trace of the bloody battle. Only a thin haze covers the hill.
湖に剣を投げ入れてまいりました。剣は湖の夫人の手に。確かに。
At the knight's words, the king's eyes open.
そうか。ならば胸を張るがよい。そなたはそなたの王の命を守ったのだ。
The knight gives a silent nod to that voice, knowing the speaker is on the brink of death. It's all over. Turmoil will continue to grip the nation. The wars will not end. The day of ruin will come soon. But the king's battle is over. Because he, or rather she, fulfilled her role to the very end. The light fades. With everything done, the last of the strength that kept her going is spent.
すまないな。ベリビエール。今度の眠りは少し長く。
She closes her eyes. Slowly, as if going to sleep. The morning light spills through the treetops. As the king drifts to eternal rest, a hush falls over the forest. The knight continues his vigil over the fallen king. The king he wished for. The solitary king attended only by a single knight. And he finally sees the look he hoped for on his king's face. A peaceful sleep. In her last moments, the king finally finds the peace that had so long eluded her. The knight is overjoyed. The knight thanks whoever gave his king such comfort, and watches the king with a sense of pride. The heavens are distant, and the clear sky is blue. The battle is truly over.
見ているのですか、朝を。
His words ride the wind. The sleeping king appears to sink into the endless blue.
夢の続きを。
A distant dream takes her. Battle is over. Let us put our swords down and rest in the momentary peace. After dozing in a warm dream, a new day will dawn. Days continue on, and we are still following the same star we once saw. Wow, okay, hey. That is, one route down. Oh, man. Oh, what a fucking experience. Gotta say, very impressed with what I've seen. I still can't believe this is only 1/3 of the game. We still have 2 more routes to do. That's crazy. I gotta see how, I should start the, next route. Because I don't know if there's repeats on what happens in the days, so I'll see if I can skip ahead to whatever new stuff happens. Because I know there's some, differences. But I'm not sure exactly where differences start. I'd just like to start from, you know, like, a point where I'm not repeating too much stuff. Let's see here. I gotta say, I'm really, impressed by how well written a lot of these scenes were. Like, especially that scene with Saber embracing Shirou in the night. That was just such a beautifully written scene. Like, it was just amazing. There was a lot I loved to see on this route. It was just great, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the other routes are gonna play out too. So yeah. Okay, so with Fate done, it means next we're moving on to Unlimited Blade Works, aka the Rin route, which I am super fucking excited about. So I do love Rin. So a new route has been unlocked. So I wonder what that means. Oh, just got an achievement, but I didn't see it pop up. If I load... Now, it just takes me to day 15. So I guess I just hit new game? I guess I'll have to go through everything again, huh? Since I have to do a new game anyway. Okay. So I guess it doesn't really matter, since I won't be able to jump ahead anyway. I might cut some stuff out, though, if it's different from what, I see, so... I don't know where I might be starting from on this. Oh. So I think day 3 is where I start then. Because it seems like day 1 and 2 are just going to be the same. Right, because day 3's decision on fate is a bit... different, I believe. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because that choice doesn't even show up on the first run. That's why. Okay. So, yeah, I guess in the next episode, I will start from day 3, since that's where stuff seems to change. Yeah. I will see you guys next time for the start of route number 2. See y'all then. Bye!